마이크 테스팅. 네, 장내에 계신 여러분들께 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후에 세계공학한림원평의회 심포지엄이 시작되겠습니다. 참가자 여러분들께서는 모두 자리에 착석해 주시고요. 원활한 행사 진행을 위해서 가지고 계신 휴대전화는 전원을 꺼두시거나 진동으로 전환해 주시길 바랍니다. 잠시 후 55분부터 세계공학한림원평의회 심포지엄을 시작하겠습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 55분에 바로 영상 플레이 될 거예요.
나래랑 지민이는 커서 뭐가 되고 싶어?
저는 패션 디자이너, 일러스트레이터요.
야구 선수,
회사원. 그냥 평범한 회사원.
과학 좋아해?
아니요.
왜 안 좋아해?
과학이 너무 어려워요. 선생님은요, 저희 선생님 과제를 참 많이 내줘요. 그래서 정말 좋아요.
그러면 과학을 아예 학교에서 빼버리면 어떨까?
빼버리면 저는 좋죠?
집에서는 뭐해 평소에?
공부랑 게임.
친구들 안 보고 싶어?
별로.
그냥 애들 카톡을 하든가, 선생님은 저희 가끔씩 화상 쌍방향 수업을 해서 별로 보고 싶을 때는 많이 없어요.
과학자가 전기를 발명하지 않아서 게임이 안 돼, 컴퓨터가 전원이 안 들어와서. 그럼 어떡하지?
보드게임 하겠죠.
요즘은 생각해보니까 로봇이 잘하면 우리한테 피해를 줄 수 있겠구나라는 생각을 했어요. 예전에 터미네이터라는 영화가 있었어요.
헐, 너 그걸 봤어?
기계가 너무 발전해도 직업도 잃고 그러니까 안 좋을 것 같기도 해요. 솔직히 미래가 어떻게 될지는 아무도 모르잖아요.
10년 뒤에는 연락을 없고
순간 홀로그램 비슷한 거는 스마트폰 쓰지 않고 하지 않을까요?
코로나 때문에 사람들이 많이 안 나오니까 지구도 다 편해진 것 같아요.
할아버지 할머니한테 홀로그램으로 연락을 하기 쉬워지면 시골에 안 가도 되지 않을까?
네. 네.
머리를 많이 감으면 해요. 지금 하이라이트 여기 다 밀거면
직접 만나서 보는 것도 좋죠. 포옹을 못 하잖아요.
뭐 포옹이야.
야, 포옹을 해야지 가족인데.
만나고 싶어?
네.
혹시 이 어른들한테 하고 싶은 말이 있어?
있어요. 화성을 발명시키면 좋겠어요. 다시 제2의 삶을 살 수 있도록. 아무튼 우리가 크면 화성에서 살 수도 있지.
그래야 될 수도 있지.
지구가
녹아낼 수도 있어요.
환경 문제. 환경을 좀 더 개선할 수 있는 것들을 만들어 달라고 부탁을 하고 싶네요.
지구 좀 가져가지 마세요. 아니 그게 뭔 소리냐면 막 지구 거기 산 같은 데에서 막 지구 산 같은 데에서 막 폭발시켜가지고 막 산 막 날리기도 하잖아요. 그게 가져가는 거 아니에요? 없어지는 거.
만나고 싶은데 만날 수 없는 상황이라면 이런 문제점을 과학이 도움이 될 수 있을까?
있을 수 있을 것 같긴 한데.
Be my hero. 저의 영웅이 되어주세요.
Good afternoon. We welcome you all again to the CAETS 2020 Symposium. For those of you who were not here yesterday, we will make an announcement again. CAETS, founded in 1978, is an international engineering cooperation group with the engineering academies of 30 countries taking part. National Academy Engineering of Korea, NAEC, has been acting as a member of CAETS since 2000 and is hosting CAETS 2020 Symposium for the first time as a chair for the year 2020. My name is Yang, and I'll be your MC today. It's a great pleasure to meet you all. CAETS 2020 is composed of a symposium and a general meeting, starting from the committee meeting on the 12th to the symposium on the 13th and 14th, and concluding with the general meeting on the 15th. Today is day 3 of CAETS 2020, and the symposium will continue to take place. Today's program is comprised of 2 sessions, and at the end of each session, there will be 2 IR speeches from companies selected through the careful screening of many candidates. CAETS 2020 Symposium is streaming live on YouTube, so if you have any queries during the session, please leave your questions in the YouTube chat at any time. Such as AI and big data is necessary, a system that helps each talent to contribute toward a smart society is required as well. We wanted to try something new, in this case 2020. I'm sure some of you may already know. Before we hear the opinions of celebrated speakers and panelists, we would like to start with learning about the thoughts of non-engineers on this session's topic, and then answering their various queries with the speeches and discussions that will follow. We will now invite the non-engineer speaker to start the third session, Mr. Jung-woo Park. He is a student from Busan, grew up and studied in Korea, and is now a student at Minerva Schools. He will share his thoughts on education for smart society as a student who has experienced Minerva Schools, which is an
first time actually talking in front of a lot of crowds from all over the place. As I introduce myself again, Hello, my name is Jungwoo Park, and I am the second-year student at the Minerva Schools at KGI, which is situated in San Francisco, by the way. San Francisco, hi. When you hear education, let's get this thing started on. Education, what words come into your mind? What's education inside your mind? What is education, by the way? When you hear education, people think about knowledgeable experts or educated. What is educated? Who gets to have the title educated? They are the people who have accumulated a lot of knowledges from their studying from second education, and so far going on to the after graduation, to the postdoc, or studying in all those schools after graduating the undergrad. Is the knowledge all the thing that we need as an education? I don't think so. I've studied in Korea and attended in Korean university and also other Korean schools too, like starting from the elementary school. However, this taking tests, they were all testing knowledges in that one day. It depends on my personal characteristics, how I memorize, and my ability that day. I don't know how it turns on, but my conditions, all those things chip inside that day, and that makes up and comprises my GDP. GDP? No, GPA. Sorry. Yeah, but in Minerva, actually, no, that's not all the things. We do not take tests. We have something else. We teach something else than knowledge is, because we do think knowledge is not the only thing that education should do. Then why is education only having those knowledges a problem? Think about the global warming, anti-vaxxers. People are provided with facts throughout. People are provided with facts throughout all those computers and Googles and YouTubes. All those things are providing us answers. We can also just type into the calculator and to see all the answers for taking a test in the calculus. So, knowledge is not all the things that we need. When we are provided with these new education that lets us do the critical thinking instead, then we will be able to save the world much more better. I'm just going to say the things that the kids just said inside this whole movie before the start of the session. Save the world. For example, global warming. In global warming, researchers right now in front of me and who are listening to me are finding the answers how to solve the global warming. But when we teach critical thinking, starting from the elementary school, all those things, people will know what to do. People will know how to mitigate and do their best on their places. Then it will be much more easier for the global warming to slow down, and also for the researchers to have more time to find those answers. Like that, the new definition of critical thinking, and by that, in the education inside, with that, the tackling the global issues will be much easier as people will find diverse answers throughout the time. By saving education, be our hero to our generations with your help, and also be the hero to the next generation too. Education should change from now on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Park, for your insightful and inspiring speech. So now we'll introduce someone who could give answer to these issues, Professor Moonil, the moderator of session 3. Let me introduce Professor Moonil. Professor Moonil is President-elect of Korean Society of Engineering Education. The Department of Chemical Engineering at Yonsei University. I'll now hand over the microphone to Mr. Moon.
Thank you, Young, for your nice introduction.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Park, please come back here again. It was excellent talk. You raised many various issues on the university, And let me ask you one quick question. Okay,
Yeah.
suppose that you were president of the university, and then is there anything that you would like to change?
Yeah,
Just
for
quick answer,
sure.
please. Yeah.
It's a really interesting situation that's always in my mind to think about. But as a student's perspective, not as a knowledgeable expert, I would like to actually abolish all the tests and find something else to determine how the student is working on. Because student by itself, they do endure and take tests and do all the things, but only by the test scores. And defining us with the test scores, I don't think that's a good criteria to do, even though there will be some correlations between. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, very nice. Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Well, we'll get back this issue in our question and answer sessions. Well, good afternoon in Korea. Good evening, good morning, everyone over the world. Welcome to session 3, Education for Smart Society. Yesterday, we discussed a lot about in session 1 in energy, session 2 in hyperlink. And then the whole theme of this CAETS 2020 is smart society. And in this session, session 3, we'll discuss the most important thing about the engineering education, people, what to teach, how to teach, what is the best practice for teaching and learning systems, if there's any. So, in common with other sessions, we'll start with talks from 3 speakers, 15 minutes for each, and followed by 3 panelists, 7 minutes for each. And then finally, we'll have the discussion sessions, which everybody is invited to submit questions. Well, in line with our goal for diverse input, our speakers and panelists range as far afield as Korea, Finland, China, New Zealand, and Switzerland. Well, I apologize for the change in order of speakers. The first and the third speaker will be placed. Now, I'd like to invite our first speaker, Dr. Jian Wang from Alibaba's group. Jian Wang, are you online?
Yes, I'm online.
Okay, thank you for participating here. Yeah, we changed it because you were very busy today. So, well, let me introduce you very briefly first, and then, well, Dr. Jian Wang is TSC, chairman of Alibaba's Group Technology Committee. He received his PhD degree in engineering at Hangzhou University and has been a psychology professor in Hangzhou University and Zhejiang University. Well, Hangzhou University is a very nice lake, West Lake. It's a beautiful place.
Yeah.
Okay,
yes.
Yeah. On top of this, he founded Yanqi Cloud Town in Hangzhou, China, helping to give young people a unique environment in which to innovate and start companies. He also founded Shulang Town, I hope the pronunciation is not so bad, in Yuqi, to promote the integration of manufacturing and the internet. He is also one of the founders of Alibaba Cloud. In 2014, China Central Television nominated him as one of the top 10 nationwide science and technology innovators of the year. Well, today, he would like to share his vision on how technology education should be different in the upcoming smart society. Well, Dr. Wang, you got 15 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your introduction. So I'm Jian. I'm not really the person to do the study, to the research on education, but I do want to share my personal experience, and my personal experience is really about education and innovation. So it's basically my personal experience. Just to give you a background of mine, okay, my background is pretty different. So I studied as the students actually are majoring in psychology. So I spent 10 years to study psychology. And then I stayed in university for another 10 years as a professor. So I was a professor of psychology for 10 years. And also I chaired the department for almost 5 years. Okay, anyway. So basically, I'm a psychology guy. Though I got a degree in engineering, okay, it's pretty ridiculous. Okay, you start in the psychology department, but then you got an engineering degree. Okay, that's kind of innovation. And for some reason, and I left the university and joined Microsoft Research Asia. And so I worked there for another 10 years. And in 2008, I really want to get back to the hometown. That's the Hangzhou. So I joined the Alibaba group and founded the Alibaba Cloud, and actually work as the chief architect for the group. Okay. In the last 4 years, actually, I'm started thinking about how we can do some kind of non-profit research and do something very different. So my experience really from the university, as a government agency, and the company, and also work some really non-profit things. So it's basically a full spectrum experience to think about what's the education and what's the relationship between education and innovation. And so this is what I learned from these 4 different experiences. Okay. As a psychology professor, I think there's 2 things I learned from university. Is really about when to do anything, you have to think about whether it's human oriented. You have to think about how you can help the other people. Okay, it's more than just technology. But technically, when we were in university as a psychology professor, actually one thing that we really very care about is really about statistics. Okay, this gives you a sense of you're very sensitive to the data. Okay, that's what I learned from the university. 10 years experience at Microsoft actually gave me 2 things I think it's still helped me a lot. One thing is really about the computing. It's more than just a computer. Okay, computer is really a device that provides the computing power for us. So fundamental thing that for us, for technology, is really computing. And I got to understand what's the relationship between the computing and the data. So that's what I learned from Microsoft. And so my experience at Alibaba gave me something new, and I'll list over here. One is really the system, how you actually view the whole spectrum technology as the one system. And this actually you cannot learn from, it's very hard for you to learn from the university, okay? And also certainly when I founded Alibaba Cloud, it's a company. So entrepreneur is kind of something that actually I started to learn after I joined the Alibaba. And the thing is getting quite challenging when I start thinking about how can do some kind of non-profit research and doing something different. So that actually helped me thinking about whether we can ask a different question and whether we can organize doing things very differently. Okay, so this kind of for spectrum the things I learned with my experience. And so the challenge is really about education. At least from my experience, actually, the truth. Okay, one is there. When you're thinking about a smart society or in a digital era, and you can realize actually new scientific and research field, they are not actually in the current education system. The most of the thing you really cannot learn from the current system. That's kind of a very big change, actually, particularly for me. If you see that actually all the work have been done, actually, I would say the most of it I learned after I left the university. I'm not saying that actually university doesn't teach me something, but I really say, okay, in terms of the knowledge system, and a lot of things have been changed, okay. The second challenge is really about the interdisciplinary, which is a real challenge, okay. If you see in the real world, and a real world question never be just a single field question, okay. A real world question is really about discipline questions, okay. It's cross discipline. So that's probably 2 of the challenges we have to think about, in a smart example that I'm working on as an example to clarify what I said before, okay. So this is the picture I took in the London street, okay, on a street in London. And this is very traditional. It's a good question, but it's a traditional question. So what you can see on the screen, they ask the question, about clean water, okay. And if you see the picture, it's really interesting. On your left side is 2 barrels of water, and it basically says, okay, in the northern Ethiopia, every family actually has 2 barrels of water every day. Okay, that's basically what it said. And also, it's a dirty water. But on your left side, it's about 16. It's about the 17 barrels of water, and basically it means actually in London, in the UK, and every family consumed 17 barrels of water every day. And I think the whole theme is really about clean water. Okay, and we need to care about the people. They lack the clean water. So that's the clean water is the question that people ask. Okay, but if you're thinking about it, we look at a picture, and we definitely should ask. Can we ask a different question? And actually, the question more than just the clean water, and more than the clean water is just one of the challenges we have. Okay, so when I initiated the project, actually before that, and ask a very different question. I mean, the question actually really is, thinking about the 2 barrels of water and 70 barrels of water, and the question is, how many barrels of water we really need for every family per day? Nobody actually really think about this question. Okay, it is the 4 barrels of water, it is 6 or 8. So I always said that if the 6 is enough, and then makes 17 barrels of water cleaner, is still waste of the resource we have on the planet. Okay, so how many resources we really need for all the activity we have on our planet is the question we are not really thinking about our daily work. Okay, so that's why I initiated the project in China. But before that project, I just want to show you some data, reminding us, we always can ask a different question. So this is the data we have in Hangzhou, and that's my hometown. So in Hangzhou, we have about 3 million registered cars. Okay, I'm not sure how much in the Seoul. Okay, it must be much bigger than that. And why this data is important? Because around the world, people use this number to think about the problem of traffic. And more directly, people think about the traffic problem is coming from directly from this registered car. That's 3 million. That's 3 million in Hangzhou. And I asked just a very straightforward, question. Instead of thinking about numbers of registered cars, and I ask how many cars on the street at a particular moment. Okay, that's a very simple question. Instead of thinking about how many registered cars we have for the city, we just ask how many cars on the street at this moment, and the number is actually blow me away. Okay, that's actually 24 hours a number on the street of Hangzhou. That basically means, okay, and at a particular moment, we never exceed 300,000 cars on the street. Okay, and on average, in a regular time, it's only like 200,000 cars on the street. So this is about 10% of the race car for us. So thinking about to solve the problem of 3 million cars, use much more resource than you solve a problem for the 300 million cars. Okay, so that's look at the data, and if you think about the real problem, you can ask a very different question. Okay, so that's why I initiated a city brain project in Hangzhou, and because it's a public problem, and so that's why I use it. I make it as a non-profit research and development initiative. Okay, it's a new for me, and also it's a synergy of the different technology. So it's really related to the urban planning, traffic system, cloud computing, and AI. It's more like what we have, for all the different technology. And certainly you can see it's interdisciplinary, with the real challenges, okay. And also with good vision and a goodwill that make sure that our city is more sustainable for development, with less consumption of the resource, and that basically means it is a green city. So ask a different question, and that we probably never know before in our textbook, could help us really think about what can do something more creative and do more innovation. And to summarize my presentation, that's probably the first things I want to share with you. The first is really, new research field means ask a different question and a fundamental question. And the second is always thinking about, today, because we have, divide between the research field, so it's a time to think about the synergy of different new technology. So in the last 10 or 20 years, we have a lot of new different technologies, but it's a time to think about the synergy of these technology. And certainly, it's always a time to think about different approaches, such as, whether you can use a non-profit organization to do some fundamental research and to do more innovation. And certainly, have to make sure we have a long-term vision about our sustainable society. So my view is smart society means sustainable and green society. That's my presentation. And thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wang. Well, thank you for sharing your personal experience. You got 2 degrees from engineering and psychology. It's not usual. And so maybe you have 2 different backgrounds, so you can ask different questions. So it could help for setting up new startup companies, something like that. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes. So just let me ask you one quick question. Do you have any vision on the future smart universities, especially engineering school?
Actually, I would say that I really see it's a time for the university to change itself. Have to make sure that it's thinking about it. So I would say in the future of the university, it's really about to bring the new question and technology into the university. So today, people were thinking about the university isn't a place to create new knowledge, but I would say we are creating new knowledge, but with the old framework, okay? So it's time to think about what kind of new framework we could bring into the university so we can create more knowledge, okay? And for the education system, to help to build the future smart society. So that's so a new framework, it might be needs for the university. So
okay, thank you very much, Dr. Wang.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, very valuable time. Can you come back? I know I heard you are very tight schedule today, and can you come back during the Q&A session?
I will be back because it's not really my tight schedule because we miscalculated the time difference. Okay.
All right.
We thought that the event start with 1 hour later, so I have another hour's meeting before that. So it's not really
All right,
I already put my time, but we miscalculated the time zone. Okay, I'm sorry for that.
Thank you very much. Try your best to join again. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, let me introduce the next speaker from Finland. Well, Professor Ainomija Haarla, ex-chairman of the Finland Academy of Engineering. Are you online, Professor Haarla? Hi, how are you? It's early in the morning, I guess.
Yes, it is, but very well, thank you.
All right. Let me introduce you very briefly. In the past, she worked as the CEO and president of Technology Academy Finland, a national engineering academy with the links between industry and governmental organizations and the scientific community, as well as a member of CAETS. Among her many activities, she has worked recently as a professor of corporate entrepreneurship at Aalto University in Finland. One of her innovations was to add entrepreneurial elements to the traditional engineering curriculum at bachelor's, master's, and doctoral levels. In other words, developing engineering education beyond its curriculum boundaries. The title of our talk today is Engineering Education for Future Smart Society. Dr. Haarla, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Dear audience, there present and online, good afternoon. There in Asia and good morning in Europe. It's my great pleasure and honor to share my learnings and thoughts on engineering education for smart society. The content of this presentation represents my own views. It's largely based on several years teaching experience in the Aalto University, in its School of Chemical Engineering, School of Business, and School of Art Design and Architecture. Finland is about forests and water. Wood biomass is the most important raw material we have, and it's available in increasing amounts due to good forest management practices. I will be focusing in my presentation on engineering education, what the smart society will require in particular. I will first give my definition to smart society for background, move then to basic beliefs and key features. I won't use very much time on those while we heard very broadly describe these areas already yesterday. Towards the end of my presentation, I will share my worries what might happen to us human beings in this data-dominated, hyperlinked world, and finally discuss ethical issues, what our move to smart society has raised. I think that the smart society is the one that successfully harnesses the potential of digital technology and connected devices, as well as the use of digital networks to improve people's lives. It's the society where the connectivity is a key. I think the challenge we face when speaking about smart society for general audience is its complexity. We should take the term down to the earth, define it in practical, actionable, and focused outcomes, at the same time sharing some simple, well-known examples. We discussed the smart society already yesterday in this conference broadly. I want only to remind you about some basic beliefs. Here, next. So many of the present challenges can be solved by using Internet of Things, big data, artificial intelligence, and robotics. As an outcome is a future society which reaches out to all industries and contains all features of our social life. This will naturally require data sharing, new ways to organize activities, and the use of new technologies. Improved understanding of human-to-human and human-to-machine interaction will be a necessity for producing more intelligent services. Machines can't yet evaluate such questions as what's next, what if, so what. I want to share some examples on how society 5.0, as we call smart society as well, could look like by 2025 based on World Economic Forum's studies. Example 1, 10% of people are wearing clothes which are connected with internet. Likelihood 91.2% according to World Economic Forum studies. Another example, there will be one country in the world which manages taxation by using blockchain. Likelihood 73.1% according to World Economic Forum. And last example, 90% of people can use portless memory, likelihood 91%. The former editor of the Wired magazine, Mr. Kevin Kelly, has expressed, I think, this very well. If we raced against the computer, we would lose. This is a race with machines. So the responsibility is finally in our own hands. I collected to this slide some words describing smart society. Smart society is based on a myriad of data collected from all of us all the time in different ways. And hyperconnectivity, not only between technologies, but also between people. Collaboration, co-creation, and sharing are the very common words. Words with special new features. I would like to take sharing, for example. We share things with many new target groups. So we have to learn to communicate in these occasions different ways, for example. Engagement, that is typical for smart society. We speak a lot about citizens' engagement in different planning projects, for example, in Finnish communities and municipalities. And typical features as well are openness and transparency. I will come back to these themes later in my presentation. So this will be a society where everybody will be simultaneously both a producer and a consumer. And this reminds me of the publishing industry about 20 years ago. I worked with that industry, and at the time when each of us became a publisher and moved to a driver's seat in this way. The situation is something alike now when speaking about smart cities and smart societies. New technologies are emerging in different corners of society and for different needs with different maturity levels. We again heard yesterday what happens, for example, in artificial intelligence, robotics, big data, energy, transportation, construction and infra, and somewhat also about healthcare. There are, however, several other technologies also emerging in the areas such as water and food production. I can take one example regarding water. We have in Finland a startup company specialized on making drinkable water out of seawater by using renewable energy, so solar panels, one example. And if we take an example for food production, I think vertical farming with new solutions is one solution, and what can be done also in smart cities, on the roofs and different places. Another example from that area could be different new developments in the area of plant-based protein food. But technologies are finally only the means to get to smart society. What will society 5.0 need from engineering education then? First, I definitely believe that there will be a need for more engineers in the future. And we have to make sure that STEM subjects are studied at the schools enough, also by girls, and including physics and chemistry. Novel technical solutions are needed to solve grand challenges of humankind. Following skills and capabilities will be increasingly needed in smart society, I think. Understanding of data-driven, interlinked, and integrated systems, so computational modeling and simulation skills are much valued and needed in the future, I think. Analytical skills and logical thinking and reasoning. But that's not at all enough. We need also communication and presentation skills. We engineers tend to explain new groundbreaking solutions in a too complicated manner using specific vocabulary, which, for example, general public cannot understand. Good if the fellow students can understand that. We need also interaction skills because of the more diverse groups around us. We need patience to check and analyze delivered information. This is important. All information available is not reliable. And we need new type of leadership skills. I will come back to this a bit later. I was teaching at Aalto University entrepreneurship, corporate entrepreneurship in particular, as was mentioned earlier. I had there engineering students, business students, and design students working in the same project. Often the topics came from the industry. I found especially two aspects beneficial and important to students to meet future business demands: cross-disciplinary approach and truly international student groups. In the former, students learn different perspectives to the topic on hand, and in the latter, the importance of cultural issues. Behavioral codes can be different, especially in the areas of negotiation and decision-making in different cultures. That's not enough, so we should have also social sciences students in the groups and others to make them more versatile. What should be strengthened for the needs of the fourth industrial revolution? I found following three areas to start with. System thinking and related tools is about holistic understanding of different simultaneous interlinked phenomena to understand what is below iceberg. Cybersecurity. This is the topic which should be incorporated into engineering studies from first beginning, and visionary leadership. To become a smart actor, one must have a vision for the future.
Sorry, Dr. Haarla. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could you wrap up within 1 or 2 minutes, please?
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay. Digitalization has taken a giant leap very quickly. challenges had to be solved almost overnight, so we did not have much choices. So experts can be very creative and find creative functioning solutions if they are given the freedom to operate after they have been empowered and encouraged to innovate. Both teachers and students have adopted quickly new ways to teach and learn. We can't predict the future, we need to build it. Importance of ability to adapt and changes and being entrepreneurial are essential. We have to build, we have to innovate to build both economically and environmentally sustainable future. Increased use of artificial intelligence will raise a question, how will this impact on us human beings? Will we become passive, lazy, and less intelligent and less feeling? I think, or hopefully not. Interaction action between people can't be fully replaced by machines. To build trust, we need face-to-face meetings. Thomas Jefferson gave this statement, which you can become familiar through the material. Big data has created a number of ethical issues. Data is continuously collected from us. When technological capabilities grow and Internet of Things finally connects everything, the quantity of new risks continues rising. In the digital world, the use of power can be invisible and blurred. And privacy is another issue I'm worried about, basic human right. Increased transparency is called for. Use data should be able to check and test. What about creating and establishing global standards? Ethical principles and values must be in place. Ethical governance is essential to building trust in data-nominated world. Here I also propose that what about establishing an ethical code of conduct, as we have code of conduct in business and governance. So I want to leave you with these 3 laws of robotics created by Isaac Asimov already 70 years ago. Thank you very much. It has been my pleasure to share these views today.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you for introducing us various methodology on engineering education, especially for the Society 5.0. Well, Dr. Haarla, you raised a very interesting topic of the COVID-19. We'll get back this issue during the Q&A time, okay? Please stay on the line, all right? Well, let's move on to the next speaker, CEO Enuma, Dr. Sooin Lee. Hi, Sooin, how are you? I cannot hear you.
Hello.
Okay.
Can you hear me well?
Can you say hello in Korean to everybody?
안녕하세요.
Are you in California? I'm sorry, the mic, you turn on the mic. Okay, yeah. I guess it's very late at night, right?
Yes, it's almost 11 o'clock p.m.
Okay. Let me introduce you very briefly. Well, CEO Sooin Lee founded Enuma, a company whose goal is to help all children, including those with special needs or that lack access to resources, to become independent learners. In 2019, the company won the Global Learning X Prize for developing the Well, recently, she was also selected as one of the 2020 social innovators by the famous Shuba Foundation. Congratulations. Well, for our session today, she has prepared a talk about better education for all. Please, it's all yours.
Hello, nice to meet you, everyone, through online. I just want to correct one thing. I'm not doctor. I believe that I'm the only one who just majored in art to have an honor to speak in this conference. Today, I will discuss about the importance of teaching basic literacy, numeracy, and digital literacy for all learners. And I will just explain that how important this issue is and how digital education can help to achieve this big goal for all learners to learn. It's a UN Sustainable Development Goal for education, ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunity for all. So it sounds so, we just already know that education is important and inclusive education is good, but the number in the word 2020 is very different from some people actually understand about the status of the word. It is education statistics in Tanzania. So around 30% of learners actually move to early secondary or post-secondary education. But 70% of learners are staying in primary school education. Some are out of school, and some children, even though they graduated from the primary school, couldn't achieve the literacy and mathematics in basic proficiency level. So teach how to learn for those learners are really important. But education technology actually failed to prove any learning gain for basic learning level in developing countries for last 30 years. We call it education crisis even before 2020. There are still 264 million out-of-school learners in the world, and the world needs 80 million more teachers to teach them well. And people call that there is a 100-year gap between schools. So this is a photo from Uganda. There is a school in rural area where there is no enough textbooks and qualified teacher, while some wealthy children in urban area access to the quality education as high standard as all of other learners in the world. And this is still a tip of iceberg. UNESCO said that there are more than 600 million children who doesn't achieve minimum proficiency level in reading and mathematics. In easy word, 50% of 10 years old in the world actually cannot read one sentence. So Global Learning X Prize started in 2014 to find technology solution to solve this issue. After many failure with distributing hardware in developing countries, some people finally realized the importance of the software that designed especially for children in developing countries situation. So there is a 15 million prize purse from Elon Musk, and they search scalable software that can teach illiterate learners basic reading, writing, math on their own without any adult's help. After 15 months of field test that started in 2007 winter and finished in 2019 early February, the bi-finalist software actually demonstrate very meaningful learning outcome together. So before this 15 months of field test, most of those learners are out of school, and 93% of learners couldn't read one word. But after 15 months of self-study with tablet devices, 40% of learners can read full sentences, and also around 70% of learners can do adding and subtracting with digital devices and can answer verbally. So this is a first evidence that to demonstrate children can learn basic reading, writing, math using effective tablet software all on their own. We are one of the co-winners. Our company Enuma made the application called KitKit School. It is a game-based self-directed learning application that is working without internet connectivity. So we actually take everything from the really beginning of the learning, so the basic motivation to learn and early child development before teaching basic reading, writing, math. And as we all know, the new education crisis happened after the COVID-19 outbreak. Temporarily, 1.5 billion children were out of school, and still 500 million learners couldn't come back to school yet. And if children, while schools just open and close or partially open, children access to limited education service for last 7 months. Many countries are using radio, TV, paper materials to provide some education services to each children's household. Some lucky, wealthy countries can use online education, well-designed online tools and internet connectivity, but we also know there is a large learning gap between the wealthiest city in the United States for those who can connect to Wi-Fi at home to the children who need to go to the parking lot of library or Taco Bell to do their school homework. But we know that this is our children who already get used to online education for 1 semester. We know that this is a beginning of new digital natives, and this online education will stay even after the COVID-19 outbreak, and will just continuously innovate to the future. So my question is that, what will we wish for? So we already heard all the great smart society, high education, university education, engineering education. But I believe that somebody actually have to dream a different thing with how to use technology and change the education. The goal of education is maximize human capital of next generation. And many people believe that in the year of 2050, 30 years later, 70% of the world working population will be from Africa and Asia, from developing countries. So if we want to enjoy the services and innovations and the outcome of education, we have to invest the accessibility of education for those in developing countries or who couldn't get access to quality education right now. What technology can do? We believe that it can distribute the highest quality content for all, for those who are in Silicon Valley, in a really wealthy household, to those who are in developing countries, rural area, who couldn't meet any qualified teacher around their area. This is a picture of children in Tanzania playing KitKit School while their school closed because of the COVID-19. These children wash their hands with sanitizer and come and quietly play with their tablet devices and sanitize it before they leave. However, with that way, those children actually can keep learning for last 5 months while the school closed. And we can reach all those 2,064,000 out of school learners by leveraging this digital technology. last year, with a collaboration with NGO IRC, we opened a pop-up school in Rohingya refugee camp in Bangladesh. Among these 1 million learners, nobody can speak English, but because of many political reasons, the society decided to teach English as an academic language for their learners. There is no school, there is no teacher. So those children come to village houses or community center to learn the new language and the concept of math from the tablet devices. And we can support many different culture and contexts in any society. We started a pilot test of Korean literacy application that is especially designed for immigrant families in Korea. It is teaching Korean literacy for those who use bilingual at home, but at the same time, it provides bilingual support for their parents and also have many cultural ideas to integrate those learners from different background to Korean education system. And more importantly, it is our dream to demonstrate how digital can be truly accessible and inclusive. We know many of our smart devices like iPhone and Google Android device has many great accessibility features. But unfortunately, not many education contents have those accessibility features for different learners. So for example, just by adding sign language subtitle mode, we can actually make all those literacy systems be fully inclusive for children with hearing loss. Just by adding subtitle to any videos and raising the contrast, we can make many struggling learners have better chance to achieve their education goal. We dream the education technology for all, especially those who couldn't get a great benefit from current education system. We hope that we can teach basic math, literacy, digital literacy to all learners, including out-of-school learners and adults who are illiterate. And when we discuss about 21st century learning, coding education, critical thinking, we hope that all children in the world can access to this knowledge as well, with the same chance, with the same intensity. And we believe that we must make all education technology accessible to children with special needs. But for last 8 years of journey, we realized that some children are especially lucky just by speaking certain languages. If they are using Korean or English or maybe Finland language or Chinese language, there is enough engineers who can design beautiful software on their own language for their own community. But this is not always true for many nations. So if we can provide the quality education software with every academic language around the world, we can achieve our goal to help all learners to access quality education. That is the end of my speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sooin Lee. It's very impressive. You are doing.
I'm not doctor.
You are doing so much good various activities for children with special needs or children for the development countries. Just for fun, let me ask you a question. Do you make money for profit for these activities?
Yes, we are a for-profit venture-backed company starting in Silicon Valley. So we are almost profitable right now, but we lived so far with generous investment from financial investors and impact investors so far. However, our B2C product line that is sold in Korea, China, Japan, and United States are doing fairly well because we use the same technology for those in wealthy countries who just want to access quality education in general market to the children who really need to have support to access quality education in developing countries.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sooin Lee. Please stay on the line for the discussion session. Well, thanks to the three speakers providing us very much food for thought. Let's move on the panelists. We have three panelists. Let me introduce the first panelist, Professor Myongsook Oh from Hongik University. Please, could you come up on the stage? Well, she is a chemical engineering professor, and among her interests, she has dedicated herself towards discovering and educating female engineering. She and her colleagues introduced the concept of engineering education for women, EEW, and has organized and chaired the EEW sessions at KSE for the past 7 years. And currently she is Vice President of Korean Federation of Women's Science and Technology Associations and Director of the Regional Center for Women in Engineering, Science, Engineering, and Technology in Seoul. For today's session, she has prepared some thoughts about educating engineers for a rapidly changing society. Please.
Thank you for the introduction. I picked my topic as educating engineers for rapidly changing society. And it means it's a future society will have changes occurring much more rapidly as well as the technology compared to what we are experiencing right now. So I wanted to focus on educating engineers for the even more rapidly changing societies. And these slides, we already mentioned the technologies that are listed in these slides and many of the presentations. Which means, well, our first speaker, Dr. Wang, pointed out that the technology will be changing, then engineers need to acquire the new knowledge and the new skill sets. On top of that, beginning of this year, the COVID brought the changes also, which will be accelerated digitalization, and it deepened the uncertainties, and also it disrupted the globalization and a global value chain. But at the same time, world is still facing threats from climate change, which will be the topic of the next sessions. So under this society, I wanted to make the points, or sort of supplement or complements the points that our speakers raised. So first I want to point out in the area of what to teach in terms of the education contents. I want to point out on curriculum development for rapidly changing technologies. It is very difficult to put or integrate that knowledge into the existing curriculum. But we still need to go through the systematic approach of defining a goal and learning objectives, as well as the defining core knowledges and putting them together, organize it, and then evaluate the curriculum and go through the improvement cycle. For this rapidly changing society to keep up with the speed, I think the academia and the industry needs to get together and make a collaborative effort to put it into the regular curriculums. For those who's already in a career track, that lifelong learning will be a very important part for the engineers. And then during the educational stage, we need to train our future engineers to get ready for the lifelong learning. And one of the important part of that is giving them a solid foundation in STEM, science, technology, engineering, math, especially in engineering. The earlier speaker, Dr. Haarla, raised that importance of the simulation and modeling. And I definitely agree with her that graduating engineers should go out with a solid background of engineering, which includes modeling and simulation skills. Another thing is the skill sets that we often talk about. The next slide shows the chart that a lot of engineering educators use to make points. For lifelong learning, we do definitely need this technical knowledges, as well as the competencies, the 4 C's. There's a critical thinking top of the list that our student Jung-woo emphasized so much. But going into the personal characteristics, that initiative and adaptability will get very important in lifelong learning. We already observed that how this initiative and lifelong learning affected our students' learning in a period of a forced online learning period. So go back to the slides. I want to also mention a couple points on how to teach. I also believe that online education is here to stay, and more innovation will make in this area also. However, offline education, which is the face-to-face education, continues to be a significant part of engineering education. Like, we still need students to have a hand-on practice, need a collaboration and a peer learning that Dr. Haarla also mentioned. Moving on to the learning environments, I brought the words Generation Z, and I put the description of a Generation G's, and these are from the United States. Their Generation G's description. However, if you look at all the words, and I could still emphasize with this that I could see the same thing in our Korean Generation G's, especially the second line. It said, facing uncertainties of the future, that they are stressed, more depressed than other generations, exam obsessed, I certainly see that in my students, and also more lonely. So whether you teach them online or offline, these are the generation who needs a lot of supports and also inclusive learning environments. So moving on to the diversity and inclusion, here I put technology for all. And I started these slides with a question that, is engineering diverse and inclusive? And I gave you the numbers as an example in a gender diversity in engineering. And you could look at the numbers, and there's a lot of room for improvement in this area. The second question I put was, are science and technology biased? There are a lot of examples were reported on a gender bias, including the notoriously famous Amazon's Interview AI kit. It tends to discriminate the women and colored. So there are a lot of examples we could find around. So what could we do in terms of strategies? I want to improve the wonderful sites, introduce the wonderful sites, saying gendered innovation. I apologize for the typo, at the Stanford. And I borrowed their strategies to emphasize. It says increase participation, change the organization, so structural changes are needed. And third is integrate diversity analysis into the research and technology development from the very beginning, initial stage. For example, you want to develop the interviewing AI, put a lot of data for the females. And these are the things they were pointing out. Diversity and inclusion must be implemented from the educational stage. And there are a lot of good practices reported throughout the world, and we need to learn from each other. And I'm sure CAETS could do an important role playing improving diversity and inclusion in the engineering area. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor.
I'm done, right?
Yeah, yeah. Come back later for the Q&A session. Well, you raised many important issues like lifelong learning and the diversity and inclusion. We'll come back with these issues at the Q&A sessions. Well, the next panelist is Geoff Chase from New Zealand. Are you there? Okay. He's chair professor at the University of Canterbury, and he's a designer of the university's mechatronics, bioengineering, and the medical engineering programs. He's also actively engaged in developing new approaches to sustainably change delivery of education to better meet student needs. For our session today, he has prepared remarks about education for and in the fourth industrial revolution. So, Professor Chase, the screen is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So for those that can see my background, that's the Golden Gate Bridge. I'm originally from, or more originally from Silicon Valley. I have done swimming races across and underneath that bridge. So that's a statement about I might not be the best person to educate or to comment on education for being smart. So with that, let me leap in. Let's talk about, I think I'll just brief through because people have talked about the fourth industrial revolution. I want to keep it brief and fast. There are many definitions about this fourth industrial revolution, but predominantly it's about this Internet of Things, hyper connectivity, increasingly automated digital sharing and personal sharing is increasingly complex, both technologically as well as socially. It's a fundamental change then in the way we live, work, and relate to one another. I am still perhaps young at heart, but I'm increasingly at odds with many of the young people that come to university and how they see and relate to the world. So these things create, a huge promise of technology and, of course, the two-sided sword, huge potential peril. It's an opportunity to help everyone or to hurt everyone by harnessing converging technologies. So I would say many of the problems that we face as a society, we face in engineering education and education as a whole are driven by advanced technologies and understanding, and particularly, these technologies which are already very little understood by broad swaths of people in every society. They use these technologies blithely, they do not understand them, and that's probably the first start of misunderstanding and the need for better education. So smart society, so I have my own definition. I think it's not too different than what's been talked out, but I would say they could be characterized, emphasis on the could, technologically, scientifically, mathematically, and culturally literate, adaptable to change, able to learn rapidly, more equal, where education is widely and evenly distributed. I think we heard a great talk from Sooin Lee, who is not a doctor, but there's enough academics here, we could probably find an honorary doctorate for you. That was excellent. With subsequent opportunity equally distributed, and that is one of the biggest challenges facing many developed societies, is increasingly unequal access to opportunity, which often starts at its root in increasingly unequal access to the quality of education. More capable and more productive, from wealth to culture, in terms of capable and productive, better able to integrate all these things to benefit society in measurable part by optimizing and best utilizing their human capacity. So in a world of increasing tech, how do we actually optimize and use education to help people increase and maximize their human capacity so that we rule the tech rather than the tech rules us? So education in my world is a foundation technology to enable these things, not an end-all in and of itself. How do we assure that that outcome is achieved? I think, we can talk about the need for productivity. Education is already one of the least productive sectors. It hasn't changed. Equal to my starting comment about not being smart in my swimming, I also work in biomedicine predominantly, and medicine has changed almost as little, if not less, than education over the last 40 years, and it too struggles with a productivity problem. How do we deliver increasingly high quality education in increasingly less time with increasingly fewer people so that it is increasingly affordable to everyone? We've seen some great talks again about that. Rapid technological change has not been well reflected in how education is delivered or the content it currently delivers. My children are in high school at the moment, and they're learning very much the same things that I learned a mere, and I hate to say this out loud, 40 years ago. So education is changing to a measure from fact delivery or delivering a complete knowledge, as a package, to delivering learning ability, creating this oft-repeated set of needs to deliver different capability in the past, be integrated into real life. And I think oftentimes we have a mentality and a difficulty with change, and that becomes quite hard and quite difficult, and therefore it's not delivered well. So technology change is a problem, but maybe it can also be the solution. And again, we'll hear from the next speaker, I believe, as well as the previous ones we've heard from about some of these ways to do that. So, possibilities to discuss, and we've heard some of this, self-paced learning and more continuous engagement, so learning sticks better. A recent study in the United States showed that poor children did not learn less than rich children in better equipped schools during a school year. However, the rich kids over summer, they had enrichment opportunities, they went to zoos, they went to museums, where poorer children did not have these opportunities. So actually, they lost more over the summer. And that the interesting outcome was that it was a little bit less about how well they were taught and a little bit more about how much they lost. Continuous learning. Perhaps how do we maintain that growth in these children? It's a fantastically sort of contrarian outcome. Incomplete education, could that be a thing where learning is driven by need and interest? We see this already with Coursera and Udacity. In some online learning, professionals take it up and learn what they need, but do not take the whole course. Focus on goal outcomes. There are risks in all of these: risk of disengagement, increased variability across cohorts, risks of critical gaps in capability, incomplete understanding. You know, there's nothing worse than knowing enough to get yourself in trouble. Online only, hybrid, there are already Khan Academy, Coursera, Udacity, many others, and we're hearing more and more. I would point out that my youngest son learned how to read at the age of 3.5 because he wanted to keep up with his brother, and I had an iPad with a little app on it. AI-driven, personalized, you know, so you learn at your own pace, software to optimize learning for the individual. The teacher becomes the operator or the supervisor, but that significantly changes the role of teaching. And what I've observed with similar issues in medicine is that people get into these roles because they like the way the role is now. And facing change, that becomes very difficult to implement. So will it work equally for all? Radical change is hard, and it impacts uptake. So questions, and I put that really in conclusions in the absence of clear answers. So I'm full of questions and I have no clear answers. And that goes back to maybe my ability to comment. But I've highlighted some words in here. Is it what we teach or how we teach it? Does a human need to be in the loop, a stand and deliver? Is there always someone there? Always, often, never? And for which children or for which students, which engineering students? Education has long been cohort-based. You march through, you learn blocks together in cohorts. And this makes it productive to deliver to large groups at a time. And it doesn't work it works for the central children, and bright kids are always bright. But for the kids at the outside, particularly with learning difficulties, they are left behind. How can we personalize education? Medicine, by the way, has much the same struggles with change, technology, and personalization. And like education, it desperately needs it. How do you structure something that at least seems like it will be increasingly fluid and unstructured? We have this love of structure as human beings to ensure that we get the right education. How will we do that when it becomes increasingly unstructured? Should it become so? What do we really need to know? And let's contrast that. You know, what is the cost of what we decide we do not need to know? So what do we need to know? What do we think we can leave behind? How much will we learn versus how much will we learn how to learn? And this is a huge debate, I'm sure. Well, I know that is at least in my university in New Zealand. Can we do it equitably? And we've heard some very good talks, just the one before me on this. In my university, 60 to 70% of our women, female undergraduate engineering students come from single-sex high schools. In New Zealand, we still have single-sex public education, not for everyone, but for about 12% of students. And yet, that 12% of high school women provides 60% of our engineering students at the University of Canterbury. Why is that? A simple answer might be that they learn science differently or learn science differently in a different environment. When we talk about personalizing and changing education, these are things that we want to do and do well so that we have equal opportunity for all. Should we just stay in school longer? It's always the answer when you can point to a government and say, you should fund us more. It's not usually answered with, yes, we will. We live longer. Can we seriously squeeze in more? And I'll end with 35 years ago, I was finishing my undergraduate education in an era when one got an engineering degree, one then went to work for a very large company that employed you for a lifetime, in my case, General Motors. Our engineering professors are telling us, you will have 3 or 4 careers. You will always be learning. And we thought, this is horrible. I didn't come here to learn this. I came here to get an education, to get a good job that would take care of me for life. This was 1985. Things have changed slightly since then, and I'm probably the case example, having had about 7+ distinct areas or careers I work in, from medicine to core engineering and a variety of others. I've done 3+ startups, and I think I've enjoyed it. But can we seriously squeeze in more, or do we have to rethink the entire thing? And with that, I will end with a beautiful picture of another bay that I have swum across, and that's Wellington, New Zealand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Chase. Well, you gave us a lot of more questions to discuss. Thank you. Well, let's move on to the last panelist today. Comes from Switzerland. She is Cristina Riesen, CEO of Educreators Foundation. Hi, Cristina, are you there?
Good morning from Switzerland. Yes, I am.
Yes, it's morning. Here is the evening. Okay, in the afternoon, sorry. Educators Foundation is a non-profit organization that supports digital education for innovation in education. She's a pioneer and entrepreneur in the digital education field and is directing her efforts on projects in AI education, utilizing digital innovation in education and nurturing of instructors. She's the former general manager for Evernote in Europe, and the Middle East and Africa. Actually, I use Evernote. I really like it. Thank you.
Great.
Right. She's a EMS.com graduate and also a certified Hasso Platinum Design Thinking professional with more than 10 years experience in communications, international business development, and high-impact entrepreneurship. With that introduction, I now invite her to finish up our panelist session with the prepared remarks. Please.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. It is a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. As we've heard from all our speakers before, there is no doubt we have already entered a new world of education. And the pandemic has forced a radical shift in this field. And I would say, because I'm on the optimistic side of things, more than ever, we now have a unique opportunity to make high quality education accessible, inclusive, and effective. In this new world of education, there is an increased need to rally international interdisciplinary networks of agile co-creators. I would say that participatory design is needed so that we can explore and experiment with new models for the creation of learning and teaching resources on one hand, and the creation of new inspiring learning spaces on the other. What we observe in our projects at the Foundation every day is that in order to accelerate innovation in education, we need to bring together interdisciplinary communities, innovative pedagogies, a maker mindset, and data-driven emerging education technologies. And this is not easy. It requires a lot of letting go of the fear of failing and a lot of courage to basically open new paths. With 20% of the world's population becoming online learners overnight, online-first pedagogy becomes almost normalized for many universities and schools as we speak. Therefore, I would say it is no overstatement that in the new world of education, we can expect digital learning to be as fundamental to the future as air is for breathing. The use of personalized adaptive technologies, especially when paired with course redesign, is already showing in many cases. Arizona State University is just one example, especially in higher education, is showing to be very positive already. The introduction of AI-powered education technologies allows the role of educators to evolve. And this is moving away from content delivery in the form of lectures and more towards the roles of leaders and of coaches, making way to what we could define as active learning moments or teachable learning experiences. And to build on what Professor Chase said before, we are definitely moving towards this lifelong learning journey. Smart, dynamic, adaptive systems make this change possible through the use of big data. These data-driven education technologies provide students with bespoke, personalized instructional resources, and they provide educators with real-time assessment, making them more informed learning coaches and advisors. this is an extraordinary development. And this can open new doors in making these personalized learning journeys, lifelong learning journeys, incredibly powerful. Big data has this huge potential to support educational institutions and the students themselves by providing effective teaching and learning, because at the end of the day, of course, we want learning to be effective. And when we speak of using big data in education, one of the critical issues arising, and this has been mentioned today, is that of data privacy. In order to build sustainable, transparent education technologies, data standards for edtech developers and regulatory frameworks that protect the interests and the rights of data originators are much needed. All of this is at the very beginning. On one hand, learners should be enabled to have an overview and to maintain control over the data they create over time in their learning journey. And on the other, edtech developers should be able to use the general information that this data carries so that they can build more effective learning tools and systems. Finding solutions to all these challenges and answers to all the questions that Professor Chase shared with us before requires a lot of work and international collaboration. So on my side, I look very much forward to staying in touch with you and shaping together the future of education in a smart society. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Cristina, Riesen. Thank you for all the panelists. We'll just move on to the Q&A session quickly. Well, while preparing the chairs here, let me ask one question to all the speakers and panelists, because Professor Haarla raised a very hot issue, COVID-19. And then, what kind of impact will COVID-19 have on engineering education? Well, anybody can say about this? Who want to? Okay.
I could speak briefly. I think it's been mentioned, Dr. Haarla mentioned, others have. COVID-19, like any major emergency, is an accelerator. So it drives change. I've been offering, for example, simple flipped summer classes for a number of years, kind of counter to maybe the wishes of my colleagues. Now they're all offering online classes. And of course, you know, sudden change is always very hard. It's an accelerator that drives that change. I think that things like that are good sometimes. Not that a pandemic is good for driving change, but they have a negative effect that they drive change rapidly. And that usually leads to more mistakes. I can empathize with what Cristina Riesen said, Dr. Riesen, concerning the courage to try things out and the risk of failing. When you do it under pressure with short timelines and inadequate preparation, or at least self-preparation, the risk of failure goes up. We see this in my field of engineering medicine a lot. So COVID-19 is an accelerator, and those changes probably, despite some people's wishes perhaps, will not revert back quickly.
Dr. Haarla, could you like to say just quickly?
Thank you very much for this comment. Exactly what happened, so the existing phenomenon were speeded up after COVID, after we had to adapt our systems to a new reality. So I think when moving to more online teaching, we have to make some quite fundamental changes to the design of the courses and teaching methods. So we also made many errors, learned from them, and after this COVID period is over, I think it's wise to come back to the basic issues and start to design courses for the new reality.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, unfortunately, we are running out of time. We have just 7 minutes. So, however, I'd like to get one quick question from the floor here. Just a quick question, quick answers. After then, everybody make just 30 seconds concluding remarks, okay? Be prepared for the speakers and panelists. Well, here, would you please raise your hand for the quick question? Yes, please. Yeah.
Yes,
please identify yourself.
Yes, Professor Moon. I'm Professor Ji-Yoon at Kyunghee University, and my major is Science and Technology Policies, which is slightly different from the people here. Well, it's a quick question. Professor Oh, you mentioned that about the higher ratio of women engineering students in Korea, and I see that the number is slightly higher than English-speaking countries. Why is that the case?
Well, we're making continuous effort to recruit female students into engineering, so I think this is one of the reasons too. Another thing is the job also. The engineering is known for the better chance of getting a job in industry, so that is also the driving factor. But if you look at actual numbers, even though it's only 25%, and in natural sciences, it's over 50% women there. But in actual numbers, because the enrollment quota in engineering is so large, right now we have more women in STEM field is choosing engineering over science. So, well, I think it's a good sign, and we hope to see more engineers making career into actual engineering industries. Yes.
Thank you.
Interesting. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. For the final remarks, starting from Cristina, Riesen, are you ready for 30 seconds?
Yes, I'm super ready. So I would make a plea and ask all the participants in the conference to stay in touch. It is by sharing emerging good practice and really collaborating together, exchanging on an ongoing basis, that we can actually make sure that we take education to the next level.
Excellent. Professor Geoff Chase?
Thank you very much. I think a lot of the issues we've discussed today, I have seen a lot in my career in terms of trying to transform areas of medical care. And I think that the two big things I would say to take away are both courage or lack of fear of failure, and understanding that failure isn't failure, it's merely another step in the process of moving forward to something better.
Thank you. Professor Ainomija Haarla?
Thank you. I've heard very interesting practices during this conference, and I would like to exchange the best practices for the new reality in educating engineers for the future demands.
Thank you. CEO Sooin Lee?
Yes, I learned a lot today. I actually worried that if all those smart push of education may just widen the gap of education quality into 200 years in near future from the 100 years of gap that is existing in this time. So I hope that when we discuss about the future of education, always think about those who doesn't include it in that smart society, and just use and have a really strong intention and commitment to share the outcome of technology innovation to those who are living on the earth together.
Great. Professor Oh?
Well, among many things happened with the COVID-19, I started to see engineering faculties talk about engineering education. So I want to take this momentum forward and hoping to see the engineering faculties take active parts in innovating engineering education. And also I want to re-emphasize the importance of the supportive and inclusive engineering education environments.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all the speakers and panelists for your active participations. And I'm sorry to push you in time. Well, let me conclude this session, Education for a Smart Society. I think it's safe to say that the future smart society we need the right people, and that we need to train such people, especially engineers. Of course, we need to teach new technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, and Internet of Things. More importantly, we need to develop a new education system so that each person's unique set of talents can contribute to this smart society, especially for the future. Well, I'd like to thank you for everybody and for sharing their insights, and hope this will stimulate us as educators to innovate to meet the collaborates ahead. Well, we prepared this over the year, and then I'm very glad we can finish all this. And then again, thank you very much for the speakers and panelists and staff members, and then all the participants and everybody all over the world. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
고생하셨습니다.
What a great and pleasant panel it was. Again, thank you to all the participants of session 3. Now, this is where we introduce startups that have made a very outstanding achievement over the past year. So a total of 4 startup companies have prepared to pitch their businesses today. The first company to give their IR pitch is Elice of South Korea, who developed a platform that utilizes AI technology for coding education. Please start with your presentation, Mr. Kim.
Hi, I'm Jian. It's an honor to pitch our startup, Elice, here in the event. Elice is an interactive and data-driven programming learning platform. So we started with the problem of, just like the last panel, there are a lot of demands for computing jobs, especially the software engineers. And according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor, there's much need for computing job than the computer science students projected to complete. So we surely need to solve the education problem. Korea is same. Korean governments and a lot of ministries have pushed their initiatives to teach software engineers. But since I was a TA for computer science 101 and a lot of different computer science courses, I know there are lots of problems with the computer science education. So the 3 problems that we defined are the access, feedback, and the low completion. So first of all, the access is that when you go to the computing labs, there are limited computers for students. Even if they bring their own laptops or computers, it's different environments, so the TAs or educators have difficulties understanding the problems of students, whether it's from the environment issues or whether it's from the code itself. So it's really hard to access students' code and give proper feedback. Because of these 2 problems, the completion rate is very low, and obviously the grade for the computer science course is the lowest out of all courses in universities. So we try to find this solution for these 3 problems. So first of all, we want to provide the live programming environments that's ready for anywhere and anytime. Provide the feedback with the shared live programming environments. And finally, we give a lot of help to complete more students to pass the course. So in the main features are we provide the all-in-one LMS system that's specific for the computer science, but it can be used for other courses as well. The main features obviously is the live programming. We built this live programming for 5 years, and it's not that easy. It's obviously have lots of difficulties making this virtual environments not hackable and it's scalable as well. Based on that environment, we provide the AI-assisted dashboard. Basically, we can see all the macro and micro level of students' progress, and we can give detailed information about students' progress and whether they need help or not. Finally, we provide the mobile apps to extend our accessibility of our platform. So the progress so far is that our platform has about like more than 65 hours of learning time. Basically, that's way much higher than the traditional LMS, where it only provides the PDF or videos. Also, we have a higher completion rate, which is above 80%. And on top of that, we provide 50 other LMS features. Finally, we built contents on top of our platform. So we built a lot of computer science programming language courses, including Python, R, C, Java, all the languages that you can think of. We built these courses because there are not many excellent courses, so we built that, and now universities or IT companies are using our courses to teach computer science. Finally, when you have platform and content, you have students' data. We have a lot of students' data, whether when they logged in, how many times they tried, what are the errors that students got. So we have those data to analyze students' progress, and we finally give feedback. With this kind of solution, we provide this to multiple organizations because each organization has different means of operation. So we provide each organization for different domains and their own needs. So what we're trying to do is to scale the completion rate. We're trying to make the e-learning platform to actually teach and extend not just the accessibility, but actually completion rate. A lot of MOOCs or a lot of online courses have issues with this. So a lot of IT companies are using this. So we are a group of PhD students for AI labs, and we are trying to apply AI to CS education. Thank you.
Thank you, Jian, for your nice presentation, and good luck. The next company is from Uruguay, actually from the opposite part of the world. It's called Parconier. This company is performing engineering education using robotics kits, and they have sent us a video, so let's watch it together.
Hi, my name is Pablo Brera, and I am co-founder and CEO of Parconier. At Parconier, we create educational material to help kids to learn robotics in a simple and entertaining way. Since we were kids, the world has changed a lot, and education has to change to adapt to a new reality. Every day, more and more schools all around the globe are starting to teach technology, programming, and robotics. The best way to learn this kind of subject is to learn by doing. That's why they work on projects where the students have the freedom to build whatever they want. But this has a problem. To really have the freedom to build anything students can imagine, they need robotics kits to be extremely versatile. The most used robotics kits are proprietary, and when the students want to modify them, they found that technical specifications are hidden by manufacturers. We even asked Lego for the dimensions of one of their pieces, and they told us that the blueprints are secrets. To give students the real freedom to make incredible projects, we created Otus. Otus is an open-source modular robotics kit based on Arduino electronics. The kits have a lot of pieces to build any kind of structure, and they are 3D printed with low-cost 3D printers. So if the students want more of them, they can download the 3D models and easily print as many pieces as they need. Anyone can modify the kit and adapt it to their project needs. So if they want a robot that grabs a bottle, they can design a custom gripper that fits perfectly. Otus Electronics are based on Arduino, the worldwide most used platform for building electronic prototypes. There are hundreds of sensors compatible with Arduino, and then they are compatible with our kit. No matter what you need to detect or measure, you can get a sensor, attach it to Otus, and start using it. The power of Otus is that you can make a prototype of anything you can imagine. We are a startup from Uruguay, a small country in South America. It is a small place, and that gives us the opportunity to test and design our products with the feedback of our users and clients. Otus is the third redesign of the kit. Each design has been tested with teachers and students in real classroom environments. Then we can learn what is good, what is wrong, and make the best product possible. Nowadays, more than 250 kits are being used by 1,500 students in 20 schools in Uruguay. Last year, we went to Maker Faire Rome and BET in London to show the kits to makers and teachers from Europe, and we received a very good feedback. We even won the Maker of Merit Prize in Maker Faire Rome. We are a team of 3 co-founders. Fernando is the designer specialized in 3D printing. Gonzalo is engineer and is in charge of the development of electronics. Pablo is the CEO and is in charge of commercial development. Our goal is to help kids all over the world to learn robotics, but we know that each country has its own language, culture, and needs. That's why we like to work with local partners that help us to reach each market the best way possible. We would love to see Otus everywhere, and why not in Korean schools? So if you want it and you like the product, maybe we can talk and collaborate. Thank you very much for your time.
Views and visions. This marks the end of the session 3, Education for a Smart Society, and we will resume session 4 at 4 p.m. So now we will have about 10-minute break, and see you soon at 4 o'clock. So the topic of session 4 is climate change. As you see on the screen, to stop the climate change, to stop the climate crisis and establish a sustainable society, what efforts must we put in? What does the future of sustainable cities look like? What type of technology is needed for future-oriented societies? We will invite a non-engineer again to open the session. Let me introduce Ms. Jian Sang. Ms. Sang is a student and the youngest Greenpeace campaigner in Korea. Ms. Sang engages in diverse activities to protect the environment and will talk about her views and experiences on climate change. Please introduce yourself and tell us your thoughts, Ms. Sang. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Cherry Song, the youngest campaigner of Greenpeace Korea, a member of Youth for Climate Korea, and the founder of an organization called Greener is Cleaner. 2 years ago, I was bombarded by articles calling the climate crisis the existential crisis. And this 12-year-old girl could not just ignore the nature's warning. Since then, I've continuously taken action to create positive changes in the environment as a youth. And today, I would like to introduce session 4, climate change issues and challenges in urban environment, by asking you these questions. How can the earth and humankind be healed together? What should we do to stop the climate crisis and promote a sustainable society? What will the future of the sustainable city look like? What skills do we need in a futuristic city? Due to the global pandemic COVID-19, people's lifestyles, technology, businesses, and every part of the world has changed. Now we're facing the unprecedented crisis, creating further damage in this SDG progress, with the world's poorest and most vulnerable affected the most. With accelerating climate change, the demand for sustainable cities is extensible to all parts of the world. We must put social and environmental considerations above profit maximization. It is more necessary now than ever to establish and comply with policies that defend our rights to live in a safe environment, because only then will we have the safe, fair, resilient, and sustainable cities that the time in which we live in demands. Recently, the lockdowns in response to COVID-19 have significantly lowered environmental pollutions. However, this improvement is likely to be only a temporary reprieve from the long-term unhealthy situation. Once the lockdowns ease, air pollution will climb back to its pre-pandemic level. Why? Because the molecules of these gases stay in the atmosphere for a long time. Methane for around 12 years, and carbon dioxide for over 200 years. Wait, what was it? 200 years. And it is time that we have to hold firm in our convictions, because we are the future and we will live in the future. In year 2020, the earth needs a hero. You all, be my hero. Thank you.
Thank you, Jihyun, Cherry, Sang, for your speech and especially for your hard work. Next, we have to invite someone who could give us the answers to Cherry's question. So let me introduce Dr. Won Tae-kwan, the moderator of session 4. She was the 4th Korea Society of Climate Change Research Chairperson and is currently the 4th Executive Director of APEC Climate Center. I'll now hand over my microphone to Dr. Kwan.
Well, thank you, Jian, for your excellent speech. And she asked us 4 questions, including, can the earth and humankind be healed together? This is, I think, a very important question laid before us. Recently, WMO and other international organizations made a report on today's climate crisis. This report includes global temperature has risen 1.1 degrees since the 19th century. And also there are many natural disasters associated with the heat waves, heavy rainfalls, typhoon, hurricanes, and also forest fires and melting Arctic ice and Antarctica, Greenland, and so on. Sea level rise. And also, as Jian talked about this just a while ago, that the reason for this global warming is, of course, the man-made carbon dioxide, greenhouse gases, including carbon dioxide, and the concentration of carbon dioxide is continuously rising at this moment. There are overwhelming evidences of global warming and climate crisis. Today, we would like to discuss on the role of cities to stop this climate crisis and how to transform societies for a sustainable future. Okay, we have 3 speakers and 3 panelists like other sessions, and each speaker will have 15 minutes for the presentation, and also each panelist will have 10 minutes. But please keep in mind that we have to, keep this timeline. And then after that, we'll have a Q&A session after all. Okay. And let me introduce the first speaker, Mr. Sang-Hyup Kim, the president of Jeju Research Institute. Please. Mr. Sang-Hyup Kim is currently a visiting professor at KAETS Green Growth College and has been the director of KAETS Sustainable Development Center since 2017. He contributed towards setting a low-carbon green growth vision while serving as the Future Vision Secretary for the President. Title of his talk is Jeju Green Big Bang. Yeah, let's see the Big Bang.
Big Bang.
Please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. The session 4 is about climate change and cities. And as a person who truly believes that the climate change is simply the biggest challenge of our time, it is really an existential threat. So nothing can be much to deal with this great challenge. And city is a kind of aggregate or assembly of our life itself. We sleep in the city, we eat in the city, we make money in the city, we spend money in the city. We use energy in the city, we use mobility in the city. So to address fundamentally the climate change risks, the city must be changed dramatically. And today I'm going to talk about the Jeju case. Jeju is pushing a kind of very ambitious movement toward a low-carbon economy and society. Well, I have 3 agendas for that today. First, Korea's low-carbon green growth in retrospect. To understand the dramatic change in Jeju, I think I must tell you about Korea's low-carbon green growth history. Number 2 is what is happening right now in Jeju under the name of Green Big Bang and Carbon-Free Island Jeju. Number 3 is challenge and new deal strategies. Time is running. I have prepared lots of slides, but I must finish it within 15 minutes. Okay, I will do my best. Yeah, as some of you might remember, in the year 2008, with the beginning of the new administration under President Lee Myung-bak, low carbon green growth became a #1 national vision. I'll keep it brief in this slide. It's not just about acting against climate change. It is about transforming the huge challenges into new opportunities. So from BAU, business as usual, we must move toward to BAW, business as wanted. And it would give us double-digit trillion opportunities. That's how Korea's low carbon green growth paradigm began to be implemented. But sadly enough, only a month later, however, there came the global financial crisis, starting from the Wall Street. Only 1 month after the proclamation of the national new vision of green growth. So many people thought and said Korea would be the fastest sinking ship even before the green growth vision gets started. But we fought back with the Green New Deal. That was a 50 trillion Korean won scale. So that was the first Green New Deal was kind of providing a huge stimulus package while preparing for the future-oriented low-carbon infrastructure. And to make sure it is going toward really green way, we set up for the first time our national emission reduction target voluntarily. It was -4% cut by 2020. So to implement that, we also set up greenhouse gas inventory center. And to make sure we don't lose any momentum, we try to institutionalize almost everything that is important. That's why we have a very important legal framework, such as Framework Act on Low Carbon Green Growth, Act on the Smart Grid, and Green Building Promotion Act, and finally, Act on Emission Trading Scheme. They are all still alive. And we also try to internationalize our green growth strategy. And that's how we have the Global Green Growth Institute. My dear friend Frank is here with me. That's kind of for the first time of its kind in the history of diplomacy. So it started with the 17 member countries. Half of them are developing, half of them developed countries. That was initiated by Korea, and now it became bigger and mature and playing a pivotal role in the world. That's how we have that international organization, Global Green Growth Institute, and that's why we hosted very desperately to host the headquarters of Green Climate Fund, beating Germany and Switzerland. The GCF, two important international organizations, are now here to make sure the green growth journey go and continue. And we put a lot of money to fight against the global financial crisis, not to mention climate change, but it didn't do harm to our economy. Many economists thought if you invest a lot of money in the green sector, it would lose Korea's economic competitive. That turned out to be not that true. As you see in this slide, Korea was the most successful country among OECD countries when it comes to economic recovery and economic growth. And in injecting big-scale Green New Deal, we created very meaningful job creation effect. More than 750,000 jobs. If we invested elsewhere, well, we couldn't have created that much job creation impact. And we were really very thoughtful that the Green New Deal money go to the technology R&D sector. So that's why we dramatically increased green technology R&D during those years. And thankfully, so our global green competitiveness became much more competitive. It was only 15th in the year 2005, but it became 7th in the world in 2010. And the HSBC at that time estimated if Korea continued this kind of pace, green R&D expenditure, Korea would be number 4 in the year 2015. But it didn't continue, to my sorrow. I will tell you later. Okay. And we even raised the electricity tariff 7 times during that administration to make sure carbon is not free. So this is the result, I think, really meaningful. As you see in this slide, in the year 2010, our emission growth rate was almost 10%, while our economic growth rate was about 6%. But in the year 2012, it plummeted to 0.4, emission growth rate, while the economy was about 2.3 growth. And in the year 2014, it even went to minus. So it could be interpreted, Korea can decouple with its economic growth and emission growth. But the politics, as is many cases around the world, after the political regime change, it didn't go well enough. And sadly, the emission is increasing again since 2014. But as you know well, the Moon Jae-in administration came up with Korea's New Deal facing the pandemic crisis. It is more than 100 billion. So it will give us another hope to go for green. Okay, now let me tell you about Jeju Green Big Bang. What is Green Big Bang? The guys standing with me is Jeremy Rifkin, who wrote the book Green New Deal and many meaningful books. And he advised us a lot at that time during our first Korea's Green New Deal. And we came to the conclusion that this is a time where we can change energy. This is a time where we can change transport. And new digital technology will help those two things move together in a sustainable, in a low carbon way. He described it as a third industrial revolution, and I describe it as a green Big Bang, because we need to move much faster and much bigger. The idea is simple. Let the renewable energy, let the energy storage system, let the electric vehicle or mobility, let the smart grid or ICT digital work together and create new industrial ecosystem. According to the study done by McKinsey and the Coalition for Our Common Future, it is going to be a 1 trillion market opportunity by the year 2020. This year, That study was done 5 years ago, and that turns out to be true. And why Jeju? But I do believe one of the important outcomes of the Paris Agreement is about new trilateral partnership. That is a partnership among local government, civil society, and business community. That's because that's where things are really happening. I work with the Blue House, so I made a lot of abstract things, but real things are happening in the city level. So we must make a choice where new things that can show the future should be selected, and Jeju volunteered to do that. Jeju is the largest island in Korea, the cleanest and beautiful place, and its population is 700,000. And Dr. Kwon knows very well, Jeju is a place where dramatic climate change is happening. So it was prepared in the year 2012, and it was formally announced at the Paris Climate Summit in the year 2015 by the Jeju Governor Wang Hee-ryong. The idea is simple. Let the renewable energy be 100% energy source in Jeju. And let every vehicle running in Jeju, electric vehicle, an eco-friendly one. Yeah, simple. Look at the result as of now, 2015. So the renewable energy penetration rate is about 14%. It used to be 16, 17 last year, but I'll tell you, due to the surge, we should curtail those excess energy. But that's number one in Korea. And 20,000 electric vehicles are now running in Jeju. That's also number one. Maybe that number does not sound that much impressive to you, but it started from a scratch. We have done that during the 5 years. But that's not enough. But anyway, so while going through this change, we are faced with several challenges. Number one is getting social license from the people. If people living in Jeju does not like Jeju Green Big Bang or Jeju Carbon Free Project, it cannot go further. So we must set up really important social governance to embrace the voices and interests of the Jeju people. So we are going to launch three-tier governance. One is, most important, local citizen-based governance. Number two is expert-based governance. Number three is business governance. And as I said earlier, Korea government announced the Green New Deal project. We are going to set up a new committee for Green Big Bang and Green New Deal in the foreseeable future. Another problem, we didn't expect this happen this earlier, but it happened in many countries where they produce renewable energies. Well, we rapidly expanded renewable energy production, but the surge of renewable power generation happened. And it is invoking a problem known as curtailment. Cut it out. 5 years, that kind of curtailment amounted only 3 cases. But this year, more than 54 times by September. The excess energy, green energy, is just being wasted. So what would be the solution? I like to hear solutions from the worldwide excellent engineers, but we will do everything And that some of them are going to happen. For example, let me tell you about V2G, vehicle to grid. Well, we have 20,000 electric vehicles, and we are going to expand the number of electric vehicles. And when the electric vehicles are connected to the grid in a smart way, then the vehicle will be an energy carrier. So when the electricity price is expensive, the electric vehicle will upload its electricity to the grid. And when the tariff is not that expensive or cheap, then the electric vehicle will download the electricity from the grid. So it will play like an energy prosumer. Well, ESS, we are obviously going to expand ESS. And a lot of new ideas are coming. And we are even going to generate hydrogen with the excess power, excess electric power. But to realize these solutions, in reality, regulation reform must be done. Regulation reform must be done. Let everyone trade energy. From the start, we must enable small-scale electric power exchange freely. And we must introduce flexible electric power tariff. And to make sure all these efforts are going to the green direction, we are going to set up Jeju tailored greenhouse gas inventory center. And we are going to construct energy mobility big data platform. And regarding this reform agenda, yesterday, the Governor Wang made a presentation in front of President Moon Jae-in at the Blue House. And I heard President Moon Jae-in was very proactive to implement those reform agenda into reality. I'm excited to hear advanced stories. Yeah, and well, we are going to replace more than 300,000 cars into electric and fuel cell vehicles. Now we have 20,000 electric vehicles. That's not enough. So we need to make another important decision. From the year 2030, Jeju will ban the registration of internal combustion engine at all. Period. And we are also going to invite autonomous vehicles that will be without doubt fueled by green energy, and we are going to build up infrastructure to embrace those new, clean, smart mobilities. And this is the last slide. In the end, Jeju is going to produce 3 times bigger than its real demand. So Jeju is going to be our renewable energy 300 city. We are going to build a highway for excess electricity in the end. And please meet the new frontier in Jeju. I don't think technology is a problem. What matters is the political will. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing with the new ambitious plan of Jeju. But unfortunately, we are short of time. So let's continue to the next speaker. Good morning. Next speaker is Richard J. Dawson, Professor of Earth System Engineering and Civil Engineering at England University of Newcastle. He is currently researching City Integrated Evaluation System Facility, which is a combination of economy forecast, change in land use, climate effect, and emission accounting tools. Hi, Professor Dawson.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, thank you for participating this CAETS. And he prepared a talk about climate resilient cities and infrastructure. Please, Professor Dawson.
Thank you very much. And first of all, it's a great honor to be speaking here today. And I'm very sorry that the global circumstances mean I'm unable to be there in person. It would have been very nice to continue these conversations throughout a few days. However, I'm going to give a talk about my experience of tackling the impacts of climate change. So we've heard a lot about mitigation greenhouse gases, but my work focuses more on preparing infrastructure and cities for climate change risks. I mean, around the UK and of course the rest of the world, we're all experiencing a number of increasingly frequent extreme weather events, whether that is wildfires, droughts, floods, and so on, leading to substantial disruption to our infrastructure systems, collapses of bridges, loss of power, failure of transport systems. One of my other roles within the UK is actually as a member of the Committee on Climate Change. We advise the government and we scrutinise the government's progress in delivering the Climate Change Act of 2008, which commits the UK not just to decarbonisation, but to preparing itself for the impacts of climate change. Some of the analysis we did a couple of years ago highlighted how even under a 2 degrees global warming future, there are significant increases in risks in our cities and to our infrastructure sectors. If we do not meet our Paris Agreement commitments globally, then we might see a tripling in terms of flood damages across the UK, or indeed 8 times the disruption of our railway services, for example. And so the thing is, what we have to do is do things different. We have to build our cities differently. And this slide here highlights how if we were to build, I suppose, upgrade developing country cities to the same standard in the same way that we have built cities in the developed world, then we would increase their carbon footprint substantially. If we were to build all new future development in cities by 2050, then we will actually end up using around 1/4 of the total emissions budget available to us to meet the Paris Agreement 2 degrees C global target. So that's saying we cannot build our infrastructure in the way that we have done in the past. So how do we go about doing this? How do we do things differently? Well, one of those approaches is around different ways of meeting demand and delivering supply. And I think we heard some very nice examples around how to tackle some of those challenges in the energy sector. Within the built environment, the challenges are similar but different. Some of the opportunities include use of green spaces, green infrastructure, both to manage surface water flooding or to act as a sort of carbon sink within our urban environment, to build using different types of materials, such as this ambitious proposal in Tokyo to build a timber skyscraper, or indeed just introducing a much higher level of energy efficiency, water efficiency, and if you like, better resistance to floods and so on in the way that we design and build our housing. Another approach is to actually manage the demand. So the previous examples all about changing how we build. But here a case study in Lisbon shows how in this city of Portugal, that moving from individual automobile transports to shared mobility. So this is using buses that you call on demand, essentially sharing large taxis with groups of people, massively reduces the number of vehicles on the road, results in more or lower driving amounts per person, lowers costs, reduces greenhouse gas emissions, and actually provides greater equitability of access to key services. So the figure, for example, there shows how under the shared mobility model, more people can get to healthcare facilities in under 30 minutes than they have been able to previously because of congestion on the road. And so by changing demand, changing the way we use our infrastructure, we can also make it more resilient and more energy efficient. An alternative strategy is to think about adaptation across infrastructure scales and between different sectors of infrastructure. So here are two examples of infrastructure networks. On the left-hand side is the transport network, the major roads and railway systems in the City of London in the UK. And the right-hand airline network shows a famous British airline route network. And you can see it's very heavily concentrated around one location, that is in the UK, of course. And were these networks to be impacted by some sort of extreme event, then they start to fail and be disrupted in different ways. The red line on this graph corresponds roughly to how the London transport network on the left, the figure on the left, would fail. So larger flood events or windstorms lead to an increasing proportion of that network being disrupted. Whereas the airline network that is very heavily clustered around two major airports in London as the sort of distribution of all of those flight routes fails far more abruptly with a far smaller number of incidents or scale of incidents like flooding to cause major disruption to the whole system. So we see a catastrophic failure after we meet a certain tipping point in terms of the size of the flood event or windstorm or so on. And this property of infrastructure is something we've looked at in terms of how we might design more resilient infrastructure networks for the future. And we've applied this to the UK's electricity network. So this is called the national grid. And so using the baseline, this is the figure in the middle of this plot, we've looked at how different types of investment strategy in terms of improving the redundancy of the network or strengthening the individual assets, whether those are power generation sites, making them more resilient to flooding, or making our pylon networks, overhead lines, more resilient to windstorms. And an alternative strategy of, if you like, decentralizing the locations of generation. So this is similar to some of the renewable energy generation strategies where we see more locations providing smaller sources of generation and they're more evenly distributed across the country. And it was this strategy of decentralization coupled with increased infrastructure network redundancy to move power around and allow it to rebalance in case of small-scale disruptions that actually had a very positive effect on the resilience of the overall electricity network. So even under higher levels of climate change, we were able to manage that risk by changing the nature of the national grid structure. And we've done similar sorts of studies in Newcastle, and this is my home city here in the northeast of England, where we've looked at, in this case, flooding on the road transport network. And what we showed is using similar sort of approach, actually, by focusing adaptation efforts to manage floods in just 6 locations in the whole city of a very complex road transport network, we were able to reduce disruptions from flooding by about 50%. So that is just engineering 6 locations, 6 stretches of road within the city. Of course, as you introduce and engineer more, then you reduce that disruption further. But it was very interesting to me that only 6 locations could have such a beneficial effect. And at times when we have limited budget available, identifying where to get the best return on investment is crucial. And this third element is really looking across sectors. Here we see an example of 2 different networks, the blue A network and the red B network. And those could be energy and information communications technology networks or transport networks and so on. And what we looked at here is, well, as our networks become increasingly interconnected and our road network relies on power and communications to operate, well, what if one of those networks fell down? How do we reduce disruption to our other infrastructure systems? And we explored the idea of what we called permutable or adaptable infrastructure, where one component of infrastructure could actually act and support 2 of these networks by switching its function, like this. And there are examples of this appearing around the world, where in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia, for example, we see road tunnels that also operate as flood relief channels during the monsoon season. Examples of roads acting as emergency airstrips, or electric vehicles that we heard about also being able to act as batteries to return power to households and the national grid. And by introducing this idea of flexible infrastructure, we were actually able to protect more of each infrastructure network from failing during extreme weather event simulations. And this was a very important conclusion, especially if you recall in my previous slide where I said 6 locations in one city could significantly reduce the disruption of flooding. Well, if we were able to provide those benefits, not just for the transport network, but for other networks as well, that's a very significant implication for strategies for designing resilient cities. And so the final issue I wanted to explore was, I think, to raise the challenge of how difficult this can be. That quite often cities are tackling multiple challenges. I've talked a bit about flooding. I talked a bit about windstorm, but they're also tackling issues of extreme heat or trying to introduce accessibility to allow people to travel efficiently between their homes and workplaces and shops and other services. As well as that, we don't want to build on all of our green spaces. We want to keep those open to allow people to have healthy lifestyles, to have benefits for urban cooling and air exercise and so on. And so what we've done is developed what we termed a spatial optimization algorithm that we applied to the City of London to look how these different objectives that London had set itself to become flood resilient, to reduce the risks of extreme heat, to not increase its urban density, to preserve its green spaces. And all of these different objectives are very important and well meant in terms of delivering sustainability, but are they all achievable together? And what we showed first off was that you could substantially improve upon all of those objectives compared to the old London plan. So the plan that we were looking at was a few years old. And we showed that you could improve upon that in terms of reducing flood risk, heat risk, preserving more green space, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions from travel, just by changing where we prioritize for development. And then we started to look at, well, can we actually achieve all of our objectives? Can we make a low carbon city, a low risk city, whilst preserving all of our green spaces? And actually, this graph here shows how these different city types, the low carbon city, the low risk London city, and the green and spacious London city, you cannot meet all of these objectives simultaneously in London without introducing some of the other technologies and strategies that I have mentioned. So we could meet some of these, all of these objectives were we to change the urban density, so the density of housing. We could meet these if we also move towards a shared mobility model. But just by building in the way we do at the moment, we cannot reduce all of our risks and reduce all of our greenhouse gas emissions in London. We have to do and introduce new technologies and new approaches. And so to end things up, managing the risk to cities and infrastructure and meeting, you know, wider sustainable development and climate goals does need this sort of integrated approach. We need to think across sectors and across systems and across spatial scales if we're to achieve it. We can do this through working with natural processes like some of the green infrastructure I talked about earlier, deploying new technologies that balance or different types of supply and demand management. We also need to recognize how the actual structure of our infrastructure networks and our cities mediates our risk. But I think the final point is that there isn't a single magic bullet that allows us to achieve everything everywhere. And we have to recognize that each city is different. We're starting from different initial points. And so we have to respect that local context and design appropriate mixes of these strategies according to the location and the city that we're working in. And with that, I thank you very much and pass back to the chair.
Thank you, Professor Dawson. I know that UK is one of the leading countries in this aspect. And actually, I prepared a question, but since we are running out of time, if I have time, I will give you a question during the Q&A session. Is that okay?
Of course,
okay.
Delighted.
Yeah, thank you. Please stay online. And thank you for your speech. And let me introduce a third speaker today. And next speaker is the Frank Rijsberman, Secretary General of GGGI. He has worked towards strengthening programs and partnerships in the health, disaster response, and climate change adjustment areas at international organizations. Yeah, thank you. Please. Oh, I have to give you the talk. It's over there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
And it's my pleasure to be here with you today. It was a very nice introduction of Professor Sang-Hyup about the history of green growth in Korea that led to the establishment of the Green Growth Institute that I now lead. And I will speak not about Jeju or Korea, I'll speak a bit more about emerging and developing economies that GGGI focuses on, because we are an organization set up to support the acceleration of this green transformation in developing countries. But I am an engineer, and today I speak particularly about the role of technology, green technology, to help fight the climate crisis. But while I agree that the climate crisis is the existential threat that we have to deal with, I'd also like to remind you that this is part of a larger sustainability crisis. And I will, of course, talk a little bit about COVID-19 and whether we can indeed recover from the COVID-19 pandemic in a green way, particularly focus on the role of green technologies, and then say a few words about the Green Deal as well. So yes, as the previous speaker highlighted, I've worked on climate change for about 40 years with other scientists who believed that this was real and an important threat. But I think it was only last year that we actually saw demonstrations out in the street with the public demanding that their government take action. Young people like Cherry Sang standing up and saying we have a school strike for climate, and indeed governments taking action to pass climate laws. So climate change is an absolute priority, but of course here in Seoul, air pollution is probably even more important to people. Now we're all wearing masks, but I was already wearing a mask last year, which many of my friends and colleagues in Europe have a hard time to believe, for air pollution reasons. And air pollution is an enormous problem as well, a silent killer responsible for as many of 7 million deaths a year. And if you compare that to the deaths as a result of the COVID pandemic, then you wonder why we are not more worried about the other sides of the sustainability crisis. Air pollution indeed, or the plastic crisis in the oceans. Large parts of the oceans which have become, well, if you look at the picture, terrible examples of what we obviously don't want to see. With almost all of the plastic that we generate, and here in Korea I have to say, I'm very impressed by how beautiful things are and how organized they are and how well packaged things are, but also by the overuse of packaging in almost all the products that we buy. So we have to rethink many ways of how we live. And this year, of course, suddenly we were forced to rethink so many things in such a hurry. I've been impressed that we are now suddenly able to do things that we couldn't before, that we are adjusting so rapidly to the new normal, and that we are finding large amounts of money to fight the COVID crisis and to think about recovering from the COVID crisis. And I hope that we can do that in a way that is indeed green and that helps to fight the climate crisis at the same time. In the beginning of the year, I was, to be honest, a bit worried that all the attention for COVID would take away from the other sustainability issues, but we're seeing from opinion poll after opinion poll that in fact a lot of the population, a lot of people have realized through the COVID pandemic that there is a sustainability issue and that people are able to tie these things together, that there is more interest in sustainability and in the climate crisis, and that indeed people are willing to think how we can achieve sustainability and green growth post-COVID-19. Can we build back better? We came out with a report and we find that there are many opportunities for that. Probably the most important is that in almost every recovery from COVID-19, the first priority for governments is on job creation. And the good news is that there are many green jobs in that green recovery. In fact, countries have prepared their NDCs, the nationally determined contribution for the Paris Agreement, almost exclusively to show how they can reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Few of them actually calculated what the jobs impact of those NDCs would be. So we worked with some of our member countries, particularly Mexico, Indonesia and Rwanda, and we could demonstrate that the large numbers of green jobs from simply implementing what government committed to do in their NDCs were 2 to 5 times higher than investing those same amounts of money into the brown or the fossil fuel-based economy. So there is good news. We can create green jobs from a green recovery, and that's probably the most important argument for many governments to take a holistic approach, to look at COVID-19 and at dealing with a number of these other challenges, particularly the climate crisis. So with that as introduction, what is the role of green technology? And Professor Kim Sang-Hyup said he doesn't believe that technology is the problem. I would turn that around. I guess I'm more of a technology optimist. I think that technology will be critical in fighting the climate crisis. Of course, renewable energy has become so commonplace now, but I'm old enough that as a student, we looked at the potential of green technology and we thought the maximum potential would be like 5%, of the total energy supply. And I remember quite a few discussions here in Korea last year when the government increased the total share of renewable energy to 20% by 2020, 30%, that a lot of Koreans felt that was a very high rate. But in the UK, the country where the previous speaker is from, they switched from coal, more than 50% coal in their energy mix, to almost no coal in about 10 years, and increased renewable energy massively. And of course, other countries in Europe, like Denmark, have shown that you can get to almost 100%. Now, how do they do that without running into curtailment? Partly by integrating their energy networks. And in Denmark, they can produce so much wind because they combine with Norway, where they use their hydropower, which plays very well with wind, and indeed combined, they manage to have a very, very high share of renewable energy. But of course, the other good news is that batteries have become so much more affordable. Here you see them in cars. Norway is one of the countries where they have heavily promoted the use of electrical cars. Teslas, I think, are almost the most popular car there. They've gone to more than half of all new cars sold already becoming electric vehicles. And more countries are indeed saying from 2030, 2035, we will ban the use of the car with an internal combustion engine. That is a revolution that we could not have foreseen, I would say, even 5–10 years ago. But the other use of such battery-based energy storage is also that the same Tesla company, when southern Australia, where they also increased renewable energy quite a bit, and they were running into the same kind of issues that Professor Sang-Hyup explained for Jeju, Tesla said, we'll put 200 megawatt of batteries into your backyard in 100 days. When I read that, I thought that was a joke. But the Australian government took them up on it, and they did build more than 200 megawatts of battery storage in southern Australia, and in less than a year's time, they've concluded that that was a profitable investment. Not only is it technologically feasible, renewable energy, battery storage, it's commercially attractive. And why is that so important? That's hugely important because it doesn't have to be government money or ODA. It can be private sector investment that will help implement these technologies. That is probably the largest source of my optimism that it will indeed happen. Electric buses are not introduced as widely. Even here in Seoul, we don't have such a high share of electric buses yet. There are, of course, the famous cities in China where they're all electric buses, more than 16,000. But we see in many of our developing country members that there is a deep interest in bus rapid transit systems with electric buses. There are not that many on the road yet, but if I translate from just a few years ago when nobody was thinking about this, bus rapid transit systems would still buy diesel buses, and now we see that there is a deep interest in bus rapid transit systems, and that light electric vehicles, in countries like Laos, motorbikes, which are the majority of the transportation systems, even bought new, are cheaper electric than conventional. So this is an area that I expect to change very rapidly, and where there's a lot of opportunity for, if you like, maturing the technologies that we already have. Of course, a little bit further away is hydrogen, not quite really ready to be rolled out to developing countries, but I think quite promising. A lot of countries like Korea, Japan, Australia, and in Europe are investing heavily. So I would say 5 years, 10 years out, hydrogen produced with renewable energy can become a large-scale storage opportunity that would really provide an all-round clean solution for energy in transportation, in industry, and so on. In the meantime, where technology is really not that exciting, but where the opportunities are huge, in buildings, We have so many mature technologies, but it isn't moving fast enough, right? We could have retrofitted buildings. I have retrofitted our headquarters here in Seoul to be LEED Gold, and then our building became LEED Gold, but the number of buildings that is LEED Gold or Platinum is still quite low here in Seoul and in many other places. There's a huge opportunity, and in fact, a good opportunity for COVID-19 recovery as well, because retrofitting buildings is quite labor intensive. So it's a key part of many Green Deal packages in Europe, and I believe here in Korea as well. And yes, I think we heard a little bit from the previous speaker as well. It is actually possible to build passive houses, and if we were to do that at a much larger scale, combining a whole series of technologies that individually are already quite mature, we could revolutionize the way we build residential infrastructure. Of course, we could also do much more for large-scale infrastructure. And I give you this example because this is not Seoul, this is not Europe, this is Rwanda, where the government was building a new airport. I met with the minister and I asked him, is your airport going to be green? And the minister laughed. He said, it's an airport. What can we do? I said, well, you could look at it. And he was interested, and our team looked at it, and it turned out they could change a few things. The cooling system was really over-dimensioned. They could deal with cooling a bit differently. They could do rainwater harvesting. They could integrate solar panels. And Rwanda's new airport will be a green airport, certified by Singapore's organization. But more importantly, it will be cheaper. That's what really convinced the minister. And I think like that, there are many opportunities that we don't normally look at to green our infrastructure. Well, I'll pay a bit more attention to a few less city parts that are also very important. Many organizations, particularly in the environmental area, believe that we have many more green opportunities in the build with nature or natural climate solutions, from avoiding reforestation, deforestation to reforestation, to a whole series of other solutions that do not get enough attention. And I won't pay that much attention today here either because I don't have time. Probably the least well developed is something that I believe is very important, that's climate smart agriculture. Partly because in some countries that focus on dairy or on livestock, like Ireland or New Zealand, agriculture is responsible for a large share of the emissions, but more so because in many developing countries, a critical impact of climate is on or through the food system. And of course, there are also many linkages between food security, health, nutrition, and chronic diseases like diabetes. So I think this is an area where technology, not only in agriculture per se, but also in food science, could bring about a large change in our overall food systems, having an impact on climate change as well as on the health of the population. A lot of the countries where we work, like in the Pacific, yes, they're worried about climate change, but probably an as big risk for them is that close to 80% of the population is overweight, and diabetes is a #1 health risk. Well, I won't talk much about the other areas, but there are very interesting technological opportunities to reuse waste, and generally speaking, that points to a lot of other opportunities to recycle materials and work on the circular economy. And I'd like to say that governments should also focus on providing opportunities for entrepreneurship, because while large companies from Samsung and LG often take the lion's share of the attention, the lion's share of the jobs is provided by small and medium enterprises, and stimulating green innovation is very important. My last slide then, after this one that focuses on leadership, and I won't get round to talking about the Green New Deal because I'm running out of time. I wanted to say though, the Green Deal is hugely important, but doesn't yet have a target, a net zero 2050 target. So I'm still hoping that the government can be convinced by the time that the P4G summit rolls around next year to not only have all these wonderful investments, but to tie that in with an ambitious climate target preferably net zero by 2050. And we have come up with a nice report to show that green deals are not only important for Europe and for Korea, but are also a very important opportunity for emerging and developing economies. A little bit different investments, more focus on natural systems, more focus on agriculture, but in the end, if combined with the right kind of policies, opportunities where $1 billion investment can provide something like 250,000 jobs. So I'll leave it at that, but to say that I don't think green technology is a problem, I believe it is actually a critical ingredient for a sustainable future. And whether you want to call that the circular economy, or bioeconomy, or green economy, altogether I think these principles point to a need to focus on more sustainable, environmentally sustainable, and more inclusive growth as we go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. After Dr. Rijsberman's talk, I am more optimistic about our future. Yeah, but I think maybe this green technology is probably what we should ask to the prominent group of engineers attending this this conference. Okay. Thank you for the most excellent presentations from the speakers. And now we will have 3 panelists who will share their opinions on this topic. Let us introduce them. Please. Okay, first panelist is Akhilesh Gupta, Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, advisor of Indian Ministry of Science and Technology Climate Change Program. He is an expert in weather forecast, climate change, weather and climate modeling, natural disaster management, etc. He will introduce India's national network research program on urban climate. Now we have Dr. Gupta. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the participants attending this important symposium across the world. Thank you very much, organizer, for inviting me to deliver this talk. I am going to present the talk on the India's National Network Research Program on Urban Climate. I think we all know that the global temperatures are increasing with time, and this is a plot for 139 years showing that, in recent decades, the temperatures are increasing very rapidly. This being at the global scale, the temperature rise is of the order of, say, about 1 degree centigrade over a period of century. However, the urbanization is in fact becoming a new global change, and the amount of the magnitude of the change that is taking place at the urban scale is very, very high. For example, the temperature change in the urban cluster can go up as much as 3 to 4 degrees centigrade, higher than the global change. And similarly, the precipitation intensity and urban hydrology are going to be very different from the normal rainfall pattern as impacted by the global change. Some of the features that we know about the urban climate is, for example, because of the buildings and infrastructure, also the lack of vegetation and the population density and so many other anthropogenic activities that are taking place in the city. The warming is taking place, and similarly in the hydrology side, the kind of precipitation pattern that is seen influenced by the high population density are very different, and they are threatening the very infrastructure of the cities, and that get exposed to such kind of changes. By and large, the changes that we see at the, say, in the temperature domain, we see that there is an urban heat island being created in the urban clusters where the population density or the human activity is more intense. And that, along with the urban heat island, we see the heat stress is in fact coming as a result of combined effect of the heat wave plus the local heat island that are created. In the rainfall area, I think we are seeing that urban floods are becoming more pronounced and more frequent, and their intensity and duration also showing increase. Also, there is a shift in the location and the timing of these rainfall. Beside these two, we also have several other impacts, and they are also influencing the city life to a great extent. For example, the air pollution is in fact dominating entire cities of the world, and also the other anthropogenic activities are impacting the infrastructure in the city. In India, in fact, in 2008, the government of India had launched a national action plan on climate change. This national action plan had several national mission. 5 out of the 8 missions were on mitigations, and 3 of them are on adaptation. The Department of Science and Technology, to which I belong, is actually implementing 2 national missions, one on the national mission for sustaining the Himalayan ecosystem, and the other one is a national mission on strategic knowledge for climate change. As a part of the national mission on strategic knowledge system, we thought of launching an urban climate network. The reason to treat urban climate separately from the global climate is that the scale and intensity of the urban climate is very different. Also, the normal global models or regional models meant for the global change are not capturing the local skill changes. So we need to have a separate treatment for the urban climate. Since economy is closely linked to the urban climate, and in fact, there is a clear, national level study has also been done that the GDP of the cities are getting very closely linked to the impact on the infrastructure due to the urban climate. Also, there is a need to have an exclusive discourse on the urban climate, especially how it impacts the population and the infrastructure. And therefore, there is a new community globally developing on urban climate. We, in fact, as a part of this exercise of setting up a national network program, we had identified several hot spots in terms of cities and their issues. For example, the key issue in some city is heat wave. For example, there are 2 or 3 cities identified where heat wave is more pronounced. Similarly, certain cities in India are prone to heavy rain or urban flooding. Also, some cities have serious urban water scarcity and drought issue. Urban pollution and urban heat island are another issue which some cities are facing. And also there is some kind of shifting of timing for rainfall is also observed in some cities. In the coastal areas, we have sea breeze changes and circulation changes. India being such a diverse, having such a diverse climatology, it has coastal cities where the climate is different, Himalayan cities, some Himalayan cities, arid, semi-arid, and so many different diverse climate cities, and therefore there was a need to take up a diverse range of cities. As I said, heat wave is a very serious issue in some of the cities now. In fact, in India, it is found that heat wave, extent, duration, and intensity, all the three are changing in the entire country. And this becomes a serious issue, not just from the climate point of view, but also from the health point of view. And we had, in fact, carried out several studies on the impact of this on the heat. That being the case, the cities are in fact observing, experiencing much intense heat as compared to the rural areas. And that is, so this is an added factor that urban climate is introducing to the global climate. Very interesting trend that we have observed, that the low and moderate events almost over the entire country is decreasing in number, whereas the heavy and very heavy rainfall are increasing in number. This is across the country that we find this kind of trend. And urban areas are in fact much more pronounced in such kind of trend. We did a study recently showing that the population density is well correlated with the intensity of the rainfall. So the key cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Calcutta, and all are showing these trends where the population density and heavy rainfall intensity are getting correlated. Some of the issues that we took up as a part of the network program on urban climate include, for example, as a part of the urban climate, we did in temperature and heat island and heat stress issues, land use and land cover issues, and also population density and the human activity over some of the issues. As a part of the urban hydrology, the intensity of rainfall, land use planning as a result of the changing rainfall pattern. Also, the drainage system needs to be addressed as a part of the...
Dr. Gupta?
Yeah, I'll just take 2 minutes.
Okay.
1 minute.
Just 1 minute, please.
And the urban infrastructure also, we had data availability, urban data, as well as the air quality data as a part of this. These 3 cities we have taken in the first phase, and 5 cities have been taken. So this is the network of the cities where we have taken the studies. I would say, so these are the work element where the observation and climatology as well as the modeling and future projections were added as a part of all the 3 components. Some of the results that we have got, so now it's really clearly that there is a urban heat island seen in various cities. This is the observation for the one city where the population density and the urban heat island are getting correlated. This is a projection showing that the trend showing 2004 to 2015, the urban heat island is showing increase in terms of its magnitude. This is my last slide showing that in the RCK 8.5 scenario, far future 1 and future 2, the true scenario showing that the intensity of rainfall is going to increase, for the particular, especially for the shorter duration rain, are going to be more pronounced at time. We have taken this in the initial 3 cities. 5 more cities are going to be taken in the time in this year itself or early next year. And so these are results showing that I think there is a need to have focus on urban climate by every country. I think. Thank you very much.
I'm terribly sorry to rushing you, but time is running short. And when I heard Dr. Gupta's presentation, looks like that the issues relating to the climate change is probably similar for all over the world, like India, Korea, and UK, and other countries are sharing the same problems. And please stay in line, please. We will have a Q&A session afterwards. And we have a second panelist. He's Dr. François Berthier. He is a business person, head of 5 different companies. And also, he's the chairman of Bouygues Immobiler. I hope this is correct pronunciation, and other countries, the companies as well. And he worked previously. He worked as the CEO of the France Construction SA, etc. And title of his talk is Paris Climate Action Plan. Well, good morning, and please go ahead. We can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you. No sound.
No sound.
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay, fine. It's great.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. It's a great pleasure for me to be with you today. Of course, I would have much preferred to be physically present in Korea, but pandemic decided otherwise. I will present you the Paris Climate Action Plan. The goal of this plan is to be zero GHG city before 2050. It was initiated in 2005 with the C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group, gathering 4 cities in the world, representing 70% of the GHG emission. It was reinforced by the COP21 in Paris, of course, and there was at this time a climate summit for local leaders in Paris with the mayor of Paris, Madame Hidalgo. This Paris Climate Action Plan, adopted in 2018, includes 500 measures in all sectors: building, urban planning, transport, energy, food waste and finance. And the goal is to make Paris carbon neutral, resilient and inclusive before 2050, I said. And we'll focus today on buildings, urban planning, transport and energy, leaving apart food waste and finance. The key figures nowadays: the city of Paris, it's 2.1 million residents, 105 square kilometers, it's a very dense city. The local CO2 emissions, 6 million tons of CO2, and the carbon footprint, including the outer emissions related to Paris, is 25.6 million tons. These figures are from 2014. So we can split this figure. The outer Paris emission, air transport, the passengers and goods coming to Paris, so going from Paris, 8.7 million tons. Food consumption, 4.8. Outer Paris transport on road transport, 3.4. Materials construction, 1.4. Upstream energy, 1.3, and within Paris, the residential is 2.1, tertiary 2, split roughly the same level. The transport within Paris by car 1.3, waste 0.4, in the industry, which is very small in Paris, of course, 0.1. So you can see the split of the footprint, which the goal is to have a carbon footprint of 0 in 2050. So the local emission should be completely suppressed in 2050 with three stages: 2020 minus 30% from 2014, 2030 minus 50%, and outer Paris emission. Paris cannot suppress them completely, but wants to divide them by 5, and it will compensate, and I will see how they will do that a little further. So that's the pathway. The targets for 2030, minus 50% of local greenhouse gas emissions, minus 40% of the Paris carbon footprint, minus 35% of energy consumption, 45 renewable energy, including 10% locally produced, 0 fossil fuel and domestic heating oil area in 2030, which is very, very ambitious. And there's of course air quality goal which is important. And targets for 2050, carbon neutrality. We have seen that before. And which is very important, they want, the city of Paris wants to carry out the transition which is socially fair and acceptable by the population. So the big picture so we'll focus now on energy, then buildings and urban planning, then mobility. Energy supply and demand. The big picture, you see the consumption in 2004 and the evolution which is scheduled. The electricity, conventional electricity will disappear. You must remember that conventional electricity is in France mainly produced by nuclear plants, so it's already decarbonized. But anyway, the conventional electricity must disappear. Fossil gas disappear also between 2030 and 2050. Fossil district heating, there is a very important district heating network in Paris, which disappear also. The fossil district, the network will continue to be operated, but with biogas. Diesel, gasoline, oil fuel must disappear before 2030. There is already some restriction on the fact that some cars cannot enter Paris. Some diesel cars in some days of the year when the air pollution is very high. But in 2030, they will be forbidden. And then the imported renewable energy and the local renewable energy will, of course, provide all the supply in 2050. So how do that? How will do that? Shall we do that? Smart networks for municipal assets. In fact, the city owns a lot of assets like schools, office space, and museums and things like that. And they are developing a smart network management tool for managing the uses and the maintenance of a balance between energy in grids and networks and energy consumption. That's the first one. You know that Paris is known as the city of light, and we will remain the city of light, but we have a very ambitious plan to replace the lighting facilities by LED, LED, and to develop new services with the connected lighting facilities. Energy supply and demand, local production. It's quite difficult to have local production in Paris, but the city will develop one solar power plant in the Bois de Vincennes. Bois de Vincennes is the park, rather important park in the east of Paris, but it's in Paris. And the city of Paris invests in a solar power plant in this park between 5,000 and 10,000 square meters, and also they will provide, they will help people to install solar panels on the roofs of the buildings when it's possible. It's not possible everywhere. And another way to produce locally energy is the recovery of calories from waste centers and use it for heating municipal facilities like swimming pools, and also housing by the network, the heating network. That's a local production. And imports, of course, the city of Paris, they possess and owns land outside the French capital, and the city of Paris directly and its operators. And on these pieces of land, the city of Paris will develop and pay and invest windmill for renewable energy production by windmills or wind turbines and carbon sequestration capacities. And also they will financially participate to production capacities to produce biogas and to produce and to install solar panels. And the goal is 50 square kilometers of solar panels, 3,000 wind turbines, and 9 terawatt-hour of biogas. That's the import. That's for energy. For buildings and urban planning.
1 minute, please.
Excuse me?
1 minute, please.
Yes, energy demands from building 80%, the GHG 20%, but you must have in mind that many of the buildings are very old. 3/4 of the building were built before 1915. So it's and you cannot destroy them. So the way to do that is to refurbish them. And there is a very important plan to do that. Heat island mitigation is a problem I have no time to develop. So building renovation for municipal facilities, for social housing, and also for private housing. And the city has set a third-party financing company to help the owner to refurbish their buildings. Mobility, you see what I was saying, that no more diesel in 2030, gasoline decreasing very quickly, and gas and electricity taking the lead. And already the public transportation system are run by electricity and hydrogen for some buses. So, and the last slide, very large development of bike lanes, and especially with COVID, many bike lanes have been created, temporary bike lanes have been created in May 2020, and the city has just decided to make them definitive. So, I'm sorry to go very fast at the end, but time is, I wanted to stay in the time. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I also have been to COP21 when Paris Agreement was passed. And I'm very happy to hear about a very ambitious plan of City of Paris for combating climate crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, next panelist, last panelist, not the least panelist, is Dr. Chae. I'm sorry, Yeora Chae. She is the director of the Climate, Air Quality and Safety Division of Korea Environment Institute. And Dr. Chae is specialized in integrated assessment of climate change and air pollution. Yeah. Dr. Chae, please come here. Her recent work includes the socio-economic impact of heat wave, integrated analysis of climate mitigation and adaptation, and she's going to give a talk about the customized heat wave policy based on contextualized impact. Please go ahead.
Thank you for introduction. Good evening, or good afternoon, and good morning. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for staying late for me to speak. As Dr. Kwon introduced, I'm going to talk about how do we deal with climate change more effective way, especially heat wave. So climate change is not the only risk we have to deal with. We have to deal with COVID-19, air quality, and other sustainable issues. So we have to deal with climate change impact and minimize the negative impact of climate change in more smart way. How do we do that? So today I'm going to mainly talk about the heat wave in many issues of climate change. So as we already experienced in many parts of the world, heat wave is getting worse. Year 2018, in Korea, we have very severe heat wave impacts, and the intensity, duration, and frequency of heat wave is getting worse year by year, and is even getting worse in the future, as expected by many scientists. And impacts of a heat wave are not just decided by the temperature, but in many countries and in many cities, the measures or policies are based on temperatures. So they issued a warning based on the certain temperature level. In Korea, for example, 33 centigrade and 35 centigrade, they issued warning. However, impacts are contextualized by many factors. And this figure shows the factors decide the impacts. Impacts are consist of the topography of the region, so whether there are mountain or water nearby, and land use, whether they are building area, rural area, there are many forests, and built-up areas, and infrastructure, whether the area has some cooling centers or the hospitals are nearby. What about motivation? Mobility, so public transportation is also important. So it all decides the vulnerability of that region and that people, and people don't stay in that region, they move around. So mobility is another factors to decide the contextual impacts in certain time, in certain region. So the measures or policy should be based on the contextual impacts, not just by the temperature. And this figure shows why the impacts-based warning or impacts forecast is very important to deal with the heat wave. Yes, so the above picture shows the impacts of in Seoul metropolitan area, Seoul, Gyeonggi, Incheon. Sorry, I cannot see. So the gray bar represents the heat-related illness, and the green line is daily maximum temperature. And this one shows heat wave warning issued by the KMA, and the bottom line shows the impact-based forecast. So in metropolitan area, like Seoul metropolitan area, so the increase of heat-related illness is quite correlated with the temperature. But bottom figure shows that in the case of Gangwon, where the temperature is relatively lower than the other region in Korea. But so the heat wave warning has not been issued in Gangwon area. But as you can see at the pictures, the green bar represents the heat-related illness. So heat-related illness already happens in Gangwon area despite of low temperatures. So we have to see the impacts, actual impact, not just by the temperature to deal with climate change. And often the contextual heat wave impacts are differ by socio-economic status. These figures shows how the health impacts are differ by age, occupation, chronic disease, and income level and household type. As you can see, the elderly people are more vulnerable to heat wave, and outdoor workers are more vulnerable than indoor workers. And people with chronic disease are more vulnerable. Low-income people are more vulnerable. And one-person households are more vulnerable. But sometimes it's not independent. There are people with old age and working outdoors, and that people often have some chronic disease and low income level, and they live one-person household. So they are very vulnerable to heat waves. So we have to find where these vulnerable people live and the temperature level to increase their health risk. Yep, so this figure shows in detail of the health impacts by or the severity of impacts and the vulnerable groups. So our patient numbers are increasing as the temperature increase, outdoor, elderly, and chronic in order. And after that, the hospital admissions start to increase and mortality rate is increased. So, and it all has different temperature, and the temperature level is different also by region. So, climate change risk have to deal with, yeah. So the risk matrix of climate change is often decided by the severity of impacts, which is in terms of heat wave, is from the heat-related illness, hospital admission, and mortality increase. And y-axis is the probability, likelihood, and the number of people exposed to heat wave. So the most risk person, the risky warning level should be issued in the severe impacts with a high probability, and the level of the temperature is differ by the socioeconomic status and by region. And what about the hotspots? So as I said before, people don't stay in the same spots all the time, they move around. So we have to find the hotspots. Hotspots are usually defined with a high temperature where the vulnerable people live. So and we can use the mobile phone data. Every people has mobile phone and they have signals. So by analyzing that signal, we can know where the vulnerable people, so elderly and low-income people live, where the temperature is high, and these are the hotspots. So how do we deal with the heat wave more smart way? So heat wave is one of the main concerns for climate change. So vulnerabilities of heat wave are different with age, occupation, household type, and income, and other things. And heat wave policy needs to be based on contextualized impacts, and policy priorities should be based on that hotspots. So with the limited resource, we can first implement measures in hotspots. And big data or data can help to identify who, where, and when is most vulnerable, not just by heat wave and other climate change impacts as well. Yeah, thank you. I see time. No, yeah.
Dr. Chae, please stay here. we are going to stay here for the final Q&A session and discussion. Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Chae. And for session 4, we have 3 speakers and 3 panelists. For all of them, thank you for sharing innovative technologies, thoughts, and adaptation and mitigation policies to overcome climate crisis that we are facing today. And I don't know whether this could be the answer to the Cherry's talk today. She said that be my hero, but maybe we should work harder to be a hero for the future generations. Okay, please have a seat. Actually, we have many excellent talks, and it was very difficult to ask you to finish within time limits. So we are a little bit short of time for the Q&A. But at first, I would like to ask the floor if anyone had a question. And is there? Okay, yeah, over there.
Yeah, hi, my name is Hae-Nim from Sookmyung Women's University. I have a question to the Professor Richard Dawson. Okay, did you take into account the vulnerabilities the recent pandemic highlighted with the high concentrated cities?
No, the simulations and analysis that you saw was all done before the recent pandemic. More recently, we have been looking at the effects of the pandemic on mobility. We've seen during the lockdown in the United Kingdom, we saw a big drop in transport and movement. And within our cities, we also saw a change in energy and water consumption as people spent more time working from their homes rather than in businesses. I think the next stage, now we have lots of this data, is to see what effect that has on issues like resilience in terms of climate change impacts. And I'm sure, I think we heard from other colleagues on the panel how the pandemic was influencing greenhouse gas emissions and air quality as well. So I'm sure they might have additional thoughts on this.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, looks like we don't have any more questions from the floor. So, I mean, I would like to talk with you.
Yes.
Yeah, like 10 more minutes or so.
Yeah,
but
we have 10 more minutes to go.
Yeah.
No,
I'm sorry that we cannot have 10 minutes, but I would like to ask all of you to give a final comment. But if you are willing, then please give us a introduce a most important technology or policy in the cities to reduce energy demand. Looks like from the Paris Climate Action, they are planning to the energy demand is 50% lower than now. So I was wondering, what kind of technology or policy will make this energy demand lower, like 50%? I think that is a very important question if we are going for the zero energy, zero carbon.
Net zero.
Net zero. Yeah. I'm sorry. Net zero society. So I will give you about 30 seconds or let's say 1 minute for each. And 1 minute. But if you are willing to introduce your thoughts on the reducing energy demand, please include in your final comments. I would like to start from the end. So I would like to ask Dr. Chae to give us a final comment.
Is it have to be to reduce energy demand or
no.
Yeah. Yeah, I learned a lot from the speakers in other parts of the world, and we experience similar problems, and there are many measures available, many policies, good practices available, and it is good to share our knowledge and methodology and data to find a better way to deal with it. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, next, Dr. Berrutier, please.
So I think that there is very great similarities between our presentations, and I have been very impressed by Jeju program, which is quite similar to this Paris program, and we must act on many technologies, on mobility and thermal integration for the buildings.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, then if maybe we can move to Dr. Gupta. Dr. Gupta.
Yeah, thank you. I think in order to reduce the energy requirement, I think we need to have better efficiency. So energy efficiency is the answer, so that the more energy is available to the population, which is not getting the energy, and also creating a larger mix of renewable energy and nuclear energy with the fossil fuel energy. In fact, that is the answer. In fact, India is working on this. Today, as on date, we have already achieved 37% of the renewable energy in the total energy mix. And energy efficiency also, I think, is that we are targeting very high, value. I think that is the answer. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And now, Dr. Rijsberman.
So net zero by 2050 might seem daunting, but the IPCC 1.5 degree report shows that is really what is necessary. Yeah. We already have more than 70 countries that have committed to net zero by 2050. It might seem strange, but countries like Denmark, their new prime minister stood up last year and committed in the UN to 70% reduction by 2030. And businesses, the private sector, were behind her, were not opposing. It is not going to be one technology. But when we do the long-term strategy studies, the LEDs, the low emission development strategies by 2050, we can demonstrate, as we have done for country after country, that if you put all these technologies together, from energy efficiency in buildings, energy efficiency in industry, reusing waste, having clean energy, looking at agriculture. When you put all these things together in a package that makes more sense for each country, it is possible.
Yeah, but now I'm getting more optimistic. No. Okay.
And necessary.
No, I mean, the optimistic future is probably, what I'm saying optimistic is because that is for the sustainable future. Yeah. Okay. Now, Professor Dawson.
Thank you. I think slightly different issue. I think we need to be much more conscious about the carbon that we are locking in every time we build infrastructure. So that is the carbon in the materials we use, but also that infrastructure development locks in patterns of behavior. It locks in future urban development because it stays around for decades, if not centuries. So we really need to be very conscious of that. And there's no sort of single solution, but one strategy for improving, if you like, reducing the carbon intensity of our infrastructure is to make better use of what we often term nature-based solutions or green infrastructure, which can be more flexible, and they often provide a wider range of co-benefits, for example, around air quality, surface water flood management, and so on.
Okay, thank you for your thoughts. And Mr. Kim?
Oh, yeah. As Frank rightly pointed out, I really welcome Korea's New Deal, but to make it really meaningful, we need to have a certain target. Without it, we are just going to see the assembly or kind of aggregate of various projects without concrete directions. So we really need that. And as for the technology, as many of us said, there is no one single solution to this. As I said earlier in my presentation, we need a kind of new industrial ecosystem that can embrace new green energy and new green mobility and new green technology that work together. Well, I had a chance to talk with the dialogue with Mr. Patti Virol, who is the head of the IEA. He said hydrogen is coming much faster than we thought before. I think so. And he said, well, in the meantime, we also need to keep the nuclear in the energy mix for the sake of emission reduction. But as I said, no single technology can save us from this climate crisis. What is more important than the set of technology is, again, political will. We need a certain national and global target which allow us to mobilize all the resources available together. It's up to us in the end. Yeah, right.
I heard that there is a question.
Okay, this is, I am the Honam Chang, the Professor Emeritus at CAETS. I have some basic question about the energy. I understand in the universe only, say, hydrogen exists, but on Earth we have carbon and hydrogen together. Maybe there is another atomic energy.
Yes.
There got to be some balance between carbon and hydrogen because I major in the work on the biomass. Biomass is huge. If there are no human in the Earth, the whole Earth will be covered by biomass. Each year, huge amounts of biomass overproduced. Do you have any idea the balance between carbon dioxide, carbon biomass, or carbon energy and the hydrogen energy? Because the hydrogen energy, if you make hydrogen energy, but was atomic energy, it will be cheapest. So the guideline. Thank you.
Is there anyone who's going to address this issue?
I'd be happy to say that I'm not worried for quite a long time about biomass overproduction. We have seen decades of losing carbon from the soil, of deforestation.
Yes.
So I'd be happy to see a problem with biomass overproduction. For right now, we are facing quite a large shortage. So I think we have to turn the system around first before that becomes a problem.
And in addition to what Frank said, I think we might face with the food shortage problem in a more serious manner. But that's what climate crisis is giving huge damage on soil and food production, I mean agriculture and land use. So it's another big problem. So I don't worry about the oversupply of biomass. And
it's another meeting, but I'm also on the advisory panel of the Global Bioeconomy Summit, and there are many alternative uses for biomass. Basically, to cut a long story short, pretty much any application of fossil fuels can be replaced by biomass, whether it's plastics or anything else. So there are many other ways to think of a circular economy where biomass plays a much bigger role replacing fossil fuels.
And my colleague, whose name is Sang-Hyup, who is a very promising professor of CAETS, and he's now taking advantage of the metabolism technology, using the technology and to maximize the use of biomass. That would be another window for hope.
Okay.
But basically, we don't have time.
Right now, it is 6 o'clock in Korean time, so I shouldn't say this anymore, but let me just conclude this session because other pitching, IR pitching is waiting after. I think the session 4, we shared the thoughts on how to create sustainable societies and stop climate crisis by developing new technologies and policy measures. I hope this at least gives some this discussion at least gives some stepping stone for sustainable future for us and humankind. Thank you very much for watching this session and staying late. We appreciate your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for your heated discussion. Again, I thank all participants of session 4. Now we only have 2 startup pitches left. So I'm going to introduce the first one who also have made outstanding achievement over the past year. The first company to give their pitch is the Wave Talk of South Korea. Wave Talk of South Korea have developed technology that detects bacteria using IoT water sensors. And they're here in person. Please begin your presentation.
Hi everyone, thank you for listening to my presentation. I'm Myongsook Cho, Marketing Manager at the Wave Talk. The Wave Talk is a 4-year-old Korean startup, and we have innovative laser light scattering technology originally developed by CAETS in Korea. Today I'm going to introduce our company, technology, and our products. So we have developed a technology that can rapidly and precisely detect foreign substances, including bacteria, inside liquid. So based on the technology, we developed a smart IoT water sensor, and then in vitro diagnostics / quality control devices. So person on the left is our current CEO, Young-Da Kim. He's a serial entrepreneur in the hardware business. And the person on the right is our co-founder, Professor Yong-Kun Park, who is a physics professor at CAETS. He's the original developer of this technology. During the past 4 years, we received many industry awards and media recognitions. And if I name a few, we were selected as top 8 patents in 2018. And in 2019, we won Water Industry Innovation Award. And more recently this year, January, we won CES 2020 Innovation Award. Oops. So this is how our technology works. So basically, our technology consists of 2 parts. One is hardware, which amplifies the laser scattering signal. And then the second part is software, which analyzes the speckled images of reflected lights. So based on this technology, the first product we developed is IoT water sensor, which we call SenseCup. And we plan to launch this SenseCup in domestic market in Korea first next month. So this is an IoT device, so it can be connected to the mobile app, and consumers can easily check water turbidity at home within 10 to 15 seconds, and they can check the results on their mobile app. So this is how the product works. So basically, press the button, and then it takes about 10 to 15 seconds before they get the results on their mobile app. So this is dangerous water, and the second picture shows a safe water. And one thing that I wanted to point out is that this device is very cost-effective compared to the existing water turbidimeter. Basically, what it does is checking turbidity of water, and the portable cheap turbidimeter costs about $2,000, but our device has a better performance, but way cheaper. Another product that we are working on right now is it's called Rapid Agar Reader. Basically, it's an early bacteria detection device. And for AST, so antibiotic susceptibility testing application, we are trying to reduce the current detection time of 20 to 48 hours to 6 hours using our technology. This product is we're currently developing a prototype right now. So thank you. This is the Wave Talk, and the startup who saved the most lives on Earth, that's our mission statement, and we strive every day to achieve this mission statement by providing water sensors and rapid agar reader. Thank you very much.
The startup who saved the most lives on Earth. What an inspiring mission statement. Yes, so we have a next company joining us virtually from Finland. The company's name is Rens Coffee Shoe of Finland, and as you can imagine, this company has manufactured waterproof shoes using coffee waste and plastic bottles. If you're there, Patrick, please start your presentation.
Hey guys, can you see me well? Guys? All right. Hi, yes, my name is Jesse, not Patrick. Patrick is my colleague, and I'm the CEO of the company. Yeah, I made it back from one meeting. So yeah, thanks for having me here today. I'm sitting here in Helsinki, Finland. Too bad I couldn't make it to Korea to be with you all. So yeah, so I am one of the 2 co-founders of Rens. We make the world's first sneaker from coffee and plastic waste. So okay. So yeah, so this is our product, and okay, now it works. Right. So this is so we are planning to approach sustainability in a much more edgy and sexy way. So we aim to create like a really cool fashion, sustainable fashion brands for the young generation. So this is our product. This beautiful bad boy right here, made from coffee waste and recycled plastic. Coffee waste is after you drink the coffee, you throw the coffee grounds away. We take the grounds, mix it with recycled plastic, and create coffee yarn. And we make this, and this is waterproof. This is the world's lightest, coolest waterproof shoes. Yeah, and right. So yeah, the shoe is totally waterproof, and also the coffee yarn create like anti-odor, antibacteria for the shoe. It is a combination of making it from waste and all of these amazing and innovative features that we hope to attract young consumers in the market. Yes, and this is how we make it. I already said that. Yeah, and it seems like that the market agree with us. We launched the most successful fashion crowdfunding campaigns in the Nordics last year. We raised we sold over $500,000 worth of sneakers in 1 month, and it's the all-time most successful Kickstarter campaign in our country. I don't know about your country. And then it's the all-time most successful fashion crowdfunding campaign in the Nordics. Yeah, currently we are growing really fast. We are planning to grow 10 times this year, and the US is our biggest market, followed by Germany, the UK, and the Nordics. And yeah, we have a very young and diverse group of customers, quite, for both men and females, because this shoes is unisex. Yeah, and we aim to become the pioneering brand in waste-based fashion. It's a really, this is a huge market. We're lucky to be in this market, which is still growing really fast. I think this is like the old numbers. During the pandemic, it's growing faster, but I don't know how fast. Probably like, double this. So 30% faster, I think. And yeah, we have been featured heavily on international news, on World Economic Forum, on on different kind of national TV. This is actually our first contact with the Korean space. And yeah, so my co-founders, we have two co-founders. I am one of them, and both of us feature on Forbes 30 under 30 in Europe. Even though I'm originally from Vietnam, but I have lived in Finland for a long time, and we are representing Finland on this Forbes 30 under 30. And yeah, you can see there, we are one of the top young social entrepreneurs in Europe, alongside Greta Thunberg, one of the biggest environmental activists in the world. And yeah, so this is our market. We're planning to expand all over the world. Actually, Korea is one of our target market too. Way later in a few years. Yeah, so this is me and my co-founder. This is our group of investors. Are very so you guys probably don't know them, but practically they are the most influential investors. Some of the most influential investors in Europe, and we also have investors from Tencent and from Global Fashion Group, which is pretty big in Asia, and some venture funds in Finland and in the US. And yeah, that's about it. That's all. Yeah. That's all. So my name is Jesse, and if you guys want to ask me any question, then you can ask it, because I guess we still have a few times, and you can also send me email, send me WeChat. That's it.
Thank you, Jesse, and sorry about the confusion. We had the wrong name, Patrick Nguyen, but it was actually Jesse Trump, participating virtually from Finland. So it was the final pitch, and it's past 6 o'clock already, and I know that it's time to say goodbye, but we just don't want to let you go as it is. So we just add one other special speech for a closing remark, I would say. So I would love to invite Vice President of NEC, and also the chairman of CAETS 2020 Organizing Committee, Dr. Donggan Park, for nice closing remarks.
Thank you very much, really, for your participation, and also I think it is very successful because of the efforts of the nice moderators and the speakers and panelists. I really appreciate your efforts. And I think we chose this smart society as a theme of CAETS 2020 around 2 years ago, and also I think it's quite well matched even in 2020. So I think, and also we try to answer all the questions of the new generations, I mean the future generations. The future generation asked us the very hard work and the smart work, and we tried our best, but I don't know whether it is fulfilling their requirements. But as engineers and scientists, I think we should do our best efforts further to create or generate the better life by engineering. And again, thank you very much for your participation, and have a nice night, and have a nice dinner, and go to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Park. The final day of CAETS Symposium has now come to an end. I thank the audience on site especially, and also participants viewing live on YouTube. Thank you again all very much. This was your MC today, Ms. Yang and Yang, and it was a great pleasure to serve and to be a part of CAETS 2020. Goodbye and stay safe. Thank you.